the beautiful National Stadium here in Providence, Guyana, Georgetown to be exact. And it is day 3 of this first round encounter between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Barbados Pride in the West Indies Championship 2025 edition. Of course, Guyana Harpy Eagles are the defending champions, and where we stand, they sit pretty at the moment, I would think. 315 for 3 overnight, and that's in reply to the Barbados Pride's score of 346 with 64, 70 and 82 from McCaskey, Jonathan Drakes and Matthew Ford respectively. 35 from Chime Holder and 29 from Chamar Holder ensured they got over that 300 run mark. 4 wickets for the young man Richie Lochnath, Chief Destroyer, as 4 for 69. Guyana started well with 3 of their batters getting starts. Tejnarain Chandapal 40, Matthew Nandu 36, Raymond Perez 46, and they'd be a bit disappointed in the fact that they did not carry on to get bigger scores. But it's the pair of the skipper, Kemal Savory, and Kevlon Anderson who will start this morning the overnight score of 315 for 3. Anderson is on 87, Savory on 95. A partnership of 179 runs in 177 minutes, as we see the umpires Rajkumar and Dugard on the field. And not too long you will see in the shot the players returning to the field of play. And play on day 3 is very imminent. And alongside me to start us off on day 3 of this encounter, another local lad, goes by the initials IP. We do live in the digital era. Good morning, Indrajit.
Good morning, my dear friend. Lovely day for cricket once again at the National Stadium here at Providence. And you know, we have said it before, wonderful feeling to see men in whites going out in the middle. We are so accustomed to see colored clothing, black side screen, color all over the place. The white is looking real prominent, and the boys are looking spanking as well. Yes, 315 for the loss of 5 overnight. Massive for the loss of 3. That's right.
I'm
going to win the lottery.
You are going to be the one when the wicket falls early this morning. They're going to say the commentator's curse came from Indrajit and not from Basu.
Yes, 315 for the loss of 3. You mentioned that massive partnership of 179, and this is the way they built their innings. An opening stand of 61, then for the second wicket 63, and then look at this one here. Both guys, they're sniffing 3 figures at the moment. So the match has been real competitive so far. You can't expect better.
And you mentioned that partnership. Anderson has been at the crease for 215 minutes, Savory for 198. So they're spending time. Matthew Ford gets us going from the southern end.
And a good start here, Basu. That's a good delivery. It's a loosener, but the line was good. Just outside the line of the off stump. And Savory in this kind of manner kept his eyes on it, just pulled the bat over the line of the delivery and allows it to go by. When you are on 95, have you ever been out there? You play the game?
I played the game many, many years ago when I was still in school.
Have you ever been on 95?
Never once in my life. And there again, just outside that off stump. And there's the evidence of that partnership and those individual scores. And you talk about that 95, and I'm just looking back here for the stats that I was given from last year. Kevlon Anderson was in the top 20. He was actually 20 in the leaderboard for batters. He had a half century and a 50 last year. In fact, he had a half century, did not get to the magical 100, and he amassed 332.
Another delivery here outside the line of the off stump. No pressure on the left-hander. Has to be careful whenever Matthew Ford gets it closer to the line of the stump. He started it off yesterday, Matthew Ford, bowling from the northern end of the ground. Yesterday he had 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 44. So he is still hunting his first wicket, and they're starting with 2 slips. There's a backward point, square cover on the boundary. There's also extra cover, a wide mid-off, a mid-on, a forward square, and a deep backward square. Much better line delivery. There is where he needs to get it more often, Matthew Ford.
And I mentioned those stats, and Anderson had a 50 last year, 300 odd runs at a good average. Savory was the one who had a 50 and 100 last year, and we'll be hoping, Anderson, that he can go one better, start the season well. Savory leading from the front.
Yes, certainly, and he's showing great responsibility out in the middle. He's the skipper of the Harpy Eagles. That's a good-looking shot. He just came forward and turning it away, which means he's keeping his eyes on the ball and he's judging it nicely. It's good to get off the mark on a brand new day.
Yeah, first run off the bat of Savory, so he's 1 run closer to that magical 3 figures, and I've been quite impressed with him throughout the 3 days. In the field, he was good as a captain. Of course, it's still a learning process. He's never captained his national team, and he's shown that he's learning on the go.
Yes, and he is someone who understands the game of cricket. He's a cool fella, nice person to be around with. He understands his gift is to play cricket, and he's been putting in the hard work. And look, today, he is on 87, just 13 away from a century at this level. And I think all Caribbean people, West Indians, will feel happy should he get that 100.
Anderson actually is the one on 87 and Savory on 96. He's the one inching closer, that first run off the bat of Savory. And Matthew Ford holding a good line here to start. That will bring us to the end of the first over on day 3. Just that single. It's now 316 for 3.
Yeah, it was a balance over. No loose delivery to put away the Harpy Eagles spear. Just getting their eyes in on another day, and that is what you need to do. Had a look at the pitch this morning?
I did.
Yes, I think it has held up real well.
I sat on commentary with Vinod yesterday, and I was saying that I've been impressed as much as even on the first day, seeing a couple of balls gripped from the spinners. I thought that there was also something in it for the batters. We saw Matthew Ford, Zachary McCaskey, a couple of the Barbadian batters getting half centuries. So there is something for the batters. Now we're seeing Savory and Anderson getting past 50. So there is something for the batters, but there's also something for the bowlers, because Matthew Ford has bowled well. This young gentleman
Timur Holder
has bowled well. Holder from the media center.
And nicely turned off the legs. They should be coming back here for a second. Calculated shot. Placed it nicely, and 2 more to Kemal Savory, the left-hander. Just inching closer to those 3 figures. And look, if we go back and recall, if those catches were taken by both teams that were spilled, well, then you would have seen it's a balanced pitch. Something for the bowlers, something for the batters as well.
And the icing on top with the cherry is the pristine outfield. So even as batters, you get full value for your shots. And then the fielders, you have no fear of slipping in the field or anything like that.
Savory is turning this into the onside field. Down forward square, return comes in. But they get the run. And that was very cheeky, good running, great communication between these two. Well, of course, Kemal Savory, he's not stuck on 96. I think he's pretty close to that 3 figures.
Yeah, just a little bit of a lag from the graphics department this morning. Getting the scores up to date. He should be on 99 now. But definitely would be a wonderful achievement for the young man. We've already seen a couple of centuries in the tournament so far. Former West Indian vice captain Jermaine Blackwood with a century on day 1, and right behind him, Jed Gooley and Jason Mohammed. Jason
Yes.
Mohammed with century number 14.
Holder to Anderson, and came forward, didn't look to hit it too hard, played defensively. So Savory is on 99. He has scored 4 runs this morning, a single from the northern end of the ground, then he had a double and a single, so that will take him to 99.
He's on the non-strikers end though.
Yes.
And sometimes you don't want to be anxious even at that end that you run yourself out.
Anderson is driving. That's a forceful shot out through extra cover, and they've taken 1. Will come back and complete 2. 2 good-looking runs once again, and it's good to see both these fellas, Anderson and Savory, just driving all along the ground. When they go over the top, you know it's going to be 4 or it's going to be 6. They haven't miscued whatsoever. Savory, I think yesterday he got a chance, but he has learned from that. But other than that, their driving has been good, reaching to the pitch of the delivery, nice use of the feet as well.
Evidence as well of, we just mentioned, pristine outfield.
Yeah.
So the nervous 90s it's called, and you could just see him walking around along the popping crease, along the crease at the non-strikers end. He is very much aware, is the skipper, that he is on the brink of a milestone. I think of course he'll also have in the back of his mind that it's about the team first.
Yes, of course, that's a team game. Here is Chimar Holder. Good judgment shown here by Anderson, allowing a short lifting delivery to go by into the gloves of the keeper. That's the end of another over.
So we've had 2 overs now for the morning, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles have progressed their score. Matthew Ford will continue from the southern end.
And that's a good delivery. Just keeping him quiet. Let him suffer a little bit under the sun out in the middle. As far as you can keep him there on 99 is going to work for the fielding team.
And the hazy conditions today, it is going to be a lot hotter at ground level.
So Savory.
I'm wondering if Reefer might just want to have another close infielder.
I would have done that. Deny him that single. Oh, he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. He's gone, caught behind for a 99. Kemal Savory. Why on earth you want to push up that delivery outside the line of the off stump? And the Essequibian and Guyanese. He's going to come back, banging the bat into the pads. Look at this one here. Was beautifully bowled there by Chimar Holder. Savory couldn't resist it, had to push at it, and he's gone for 99. What disappointment.
It takes nothing away from the knock and the runs, the time that he spent at the crease, because what he's ensured is that his team is, and again, it's about the team more than just your personal milestone. He's ensured that his team is right there on the verge also of getting first innings points, just about 30 odd runs away from first innings points. And the young man, debutant Richie Locknath, is strolling to the middle, or striding I should say. He's walking with some purpose, the young man. A bump of the fist with Anderson, and straight to the crease he goes. So Matthew Ford has picked up his first wicket, and he's prodded and prowled and worked and put the ball in the right areas, and he's got reward.
Yes, good to see him among the wickets there. I think when Savory goes back, he's going to sit down, hands on jaw. Can't be too hard on yourself. But the thing is, you got to 99 that last run to get to the triple figure, we have seen so many cricketers around the world falling on that 99.
Indeed. So nothing to take away as well, as you said, not too hard on himself. He's done a job, and his team is in a commanding position, just 4 wickets down. It's now 321 for 4. Just adrift by 25 runs on first innings, to be exact. Bit of adjustments in the field. There's the extra fielders going close in. Couple of slips, a gully, backward point. Extra cover and mid-off. That's your offside field.
Bowled him! Well, he's on a hat-trick here. He's pumped up. He's cock-a-hoop here. Matthew Ford, Richie Loknath, welcome to first-class cricket. Right on target and a stumped rock back. We'll watch it here, Basu.
Matthew Ford, you beauty. And he, in fact, he caught the inside edge of the bat. And the cartwheeling stumps just tells you the pace that Matthew Ford is generating, which tells you he's in good rhythm. But he's been thereabout throughout his entire spell, and even this morning, his first over, just a single off his first over, one that was just a bit too straight. Now he's gotten the reward for putting the ball in the right areas, and just as Jermaine Blackwood was yesterday, Matthew Ford is now on a hat-trick as well. Unfortunately, Blackwood didn't get the hat-trick. Maybe we might just see the first hat-trick in the 2025 edition of the championship here at Providence.
Were you the one this morning that mentioned overnight it was 315 for 5?
Yes, somebody in the commentary booth did, and I said it's not my fault when it's the commentator's curse that gets them to that type of score.
Well, Richie Loknath, before you could have said Richie, he lost his off stump. That ball cut back. That's the reason why he took the inside edge and cannoned into the stumps. Disappointing for the youngster, but there's still a second innings to come, and he will not want to remember that. My first innings at first class cricket, I didn't trouble the scorers. But you need to put that behind of him.
Young Ali Mohammed comes to the crease, getting an earful from Holder as he gets up to the striker's end. And Holder will go back to his fielding position at mid-on. So similar field, 2 slips, gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Matthew Ford on a hat-trick.
Let's see what is going to happen here.
Well, what's happening is that Ali Mohammed is making him wait.
Yes, wait. Nothing wrong with that ploy.
Here he is now.
2 slips and a gully comes in outside the line of the off stump. The hat-trick averted, and you can feel the calmness there in Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
So definitely enthralling, exciting, really entertaining, this game of cricket. Who said that the red ball game was dying? 11,000 plus people looking at a pink ball test match between the England women and Australian women in the Women's Ashes. Excitement here in the Cricket West Indies Championship.
Yes, and I'll tell you something after this delivery. Oh, that's another good delivery. An appeal for a catch at the wicket is not going to happen because he pulled the bat inside the line very comfortably. Since last year, there was a trend, that we all saw. Players were getting hundreds. The matches were more competitive. More games were taken into the 4th day or late on the 3rd day. So something definitely good is going to happen. We're going to fool ourselves if we feel West Indies cricket is going to come back overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. That's a good delivery and stylishly defending a very successful over, an over in which he collected 2 wickets. Matthew Ford, 321 for the loss of 5. Yes, we were talking about...
So the Harpy Eagles have now batted an entire day. They have completed 90 overs. And I agree with you. The fall, as people call it, of West Indies cricket didn't happen yesterday. But sometimes we look too much at the negative. And I mentioned on the first day, I think I was on commentary with Liam, where there are players who, through this tournament, where legends are made, the Cricket West Indies Championship, that they've put their hands up. Mikhail Louis and Amir Jangu and Tevin Imlak have all gone on to the senior level. Here's Holder from the media centre.
And that's nicely tucked off the body, down towards the long leg. And they'll get a single. So he's scoring it in singles here. Kevlon Anderson, yes.
And Andy Phillip from Trinidad and Tobago, the fast bowler. There is reward to be had from going through this process of the West Indies Championship. And now that first innings points are back on the table.
Yes.
And the caveat being you're going around the islands getting different, well, the territories, because Guyana is not an island, but going around the territories, getting a feel for different conditions. It's only a matter of time before West Indies gets back to that point.
Yes, so all you want to be, the first thing is to be very competitive at the international stage. Look, we've been winning test matches, won and far. We've beaten Australia in Australia. We've beaten Pakistan on a dustbin that they created to their advantage, and we still happen to win that test match there. So the trend is beginning to take place. If we go back full circle to 1928 when we toured for the first time England, those were what we can call wide-eyed innocents from the Caribbean. They play with gay abandon. They were learning their trade, they were learning their art, and I think it has come back to this generation now to take us from that level we are to another level. And I think it's going to happen. It's going to take some time, but it will happen.
One of the things that we've seen from the West Indies senior team is that fight. You make a reference to that test match in Australia in January of last year. No one gave us a chance, and your hometown boy Shamar Joseph was not supposed to show up on the final day. He had a broken toe, a busted up foot, and he came in late. He didn't even arrive with the team. He was at the hotel and the physio said, let's go. And he turned up and he dismantled Australia. And that's what, and he had, I can't even say a handful of first class cricket under his belt. But that's what's going to happen.
That's short and plays the pull shot. It's in the air. That's going to go all the way from our vantage position, and that's gone for a maximum.
Yeah, hands aloft from umpire Duguid. The first maximum on day 3. Holder just getting a little bit too short, but his extra pace taking the top edge. A shot not without its danger. Not in control of that shot, Ali Mohammed.
Yes, he was not in control whatsoever, but he got enough edge onto it.
Well, they say when you go hard.
That's right.
The edge is part of the bat. He bought the bat. It's his bat. He can use all of the bat.
Yes, he has to be mindful that there is a long leg down on the boundary area. I agree with you. And if you can get 6 or 7 like that, no problem whatsoever. But the plan here is to bowl him some short deliveries.
This one is middled. This one over mid-wicket. This one basically into the red stand.
Stand up as a man here. And listen, he was standing tall on the back foot, saw it with open eyes and spanked it. That's a great shot.
He's on the go here, the young chap. He's come out with intent. I did say he was getting an airful walking to the crease from Holder, and he's taking to Holder now. He's letting him know all the chatter, all the talk while I was coming into bat, you take that.
Yes, so Holder should not be upset with that too much. Maybe just try it again. Will he go full outside the line of the off stump? Good looking shot once again, but the intention was to go outside the line of the off stumper. So the over has been completed, and this has been an excellent 4-day match so far between the Harpy Eagles and Barbados Pride.
We started off by talking about the conditions, and you asked me if I walked along the pitch, and we made a reference to the conditions, and this is exactly what we were speaking about 10-15 minutes ago, where there's something in it for everyone. And that is what makes for great entertaining cricket. This is entertainment.
It is.
These boys, these chaps are on the stage, and we are fully entertained at the present moment.
Yes, I do agree with you.
So Matthew Ford will continue.
Yes, and he is pumped up this morning, Matthew Ford.
He's always pumped up.
Yes, and he's hunting for more wickets here at Providence, but he'll be bowling to that fella, Kevlon Anderson.
On the brink of a milestone, Kevlon Anderson. He'll be hoping that he can go one better than his skipper and get to that 3-figure mark, joining Jermaine Blackwood, Jed Gooley, Jason Mohammed as other Centurions in the 2025 edition so far.
Down the leg side, and this is turned nicely down towards backward square, and once again he will come and collect this single. This easy manner of his in which he is playing is the hallmark of good batsmanship, which means he's picking up the line and length of the delivery very early, and he's moving towards that and looks real good. Top class inning so far from him. Barbados.
Just to the bottom right of the screen, an earful from Jamal Holder. He is switched on this morning as well. And just to go back, as we're chatting about the building up of West Indies cricket, I mentioned to someone recently, he told me that Mikhail Louis is struggling at international level. He can't make. I said, how can you say that? I'll come back to it. Mikhail Louis, top run getter in our 4-day championship last year, and over 600 runs, and 2 back-to-back centuries in the same match, and earned himself a pick. His first tour is England, and then he comes home for a couple of tours at home, and then your next tour is Pakistan. How can I say after a few tours that Mikhail Louis is struggling?
Well, he actually, after this delivery, stylishly played in the defensive mold down towards wide mid-off. He's finding it difficult at the international level. Now, this is understood. Here's a youngster coming through, will take some time, and remind, he's gone into that team. There aren't big superstars in this West Indies team that, he can draw from. There are some good players, no doubt about that, but we don't really have these superstars like the year before, when a youngster could walk into a team and learn from the likes of Grenadier, a Lara, a Hooper, a Chandapal, a Surviv. It will take time to settle in, but here is the season that these youngsters will be looking for to ensure they continue to score runs here. There is a huge question out there. What was the strength of West Indies team when we beat the world? We were the favorites wherever we go. Household names, gate pullers to the ground. The question, what produced that generation of West Indian? We'll talk after this.
Now in the air, straight over the head of everyone. And just to the side of our commentary booth. I was ducking for cover. I thought it was coming here. This young man is in the mood this morning. That's the second maximum of the morning.
And yes, and he has played a very fine shot. He's averaging 18.28 in regional cricket. But this is just his 7th match. Does have good batting qualities. And once he stays out in the middle, he's not going to be one of those guys who is going to be bogged down. You're talking about the strength of West Indies cricket in those good old days. It was club cricket in the region. Club cricket was as strong as the word strong can be. And you heard stories about people in club matches spilling the grounds. They came out by the hundreds and thousands.
Short pulled in the air. This fielder is going back. He will not get it. It's over his head. Matthew Ford now is coming in under the pump as a Holder did from the other end.
Yeah, that was far too short there. Pivoted on the back foot and had the power to clear the fielder out on the mid-wicket boundary. I think they're going to learn in this game, if they bowl like that to Ali Mohammed, they need to think again. He's going to dispatch those any day. He's a tough character. He's going to stay outside there, and he's going to fight fire with fire. pugnacious cricketer.
You mentioned the foundation of club cricket. Of course, the West Indies Championships this year, the tagline, where legends are made. And all the legends in the game, in that bloodline, that strong bloodline of West Indies cricket, all came through exactly what you're talking about. Club cricket, where they filled the grounds. I spoke about Guyana Park back in Trinidad and
Yes.
Tobago. You couldn't find a seat, you couldn't find a spot to park your car, and then they went on to represent their national teams. And when you have a situation where perhaps Curtly Ambrose is bowling to Brian Lara in the Queen's Park Oval, or even at the Guyana Park, in first class cricket, you can't find a spot, or at the old ARG. So this is definitely the tournament for it, and we're seeing probably some glimpses here of a young man in Ali Mohammed, who may very well go on at the end of the 7 games this year to be in the top run getters.
You never know. And while the players are taking some water there, you know, we cannot, and the umpire is going to have a little discussion as well. Or maybe
I think they're going to just check on the ball, in fact, because the 6 that went just into the pavilion to the side of it. In fact, yes, they are going to change the ball.
There's concrete there, right?
Yeah, so it clattered into the pavilion next to us, and then he put it into that concrete area that's around the lighting pylon, and it bounced up into the stands, which are all concrete under the seats. So the ball seems to have been destroyed. Is the most apt word for it. So
gone out of shape.
It's been destroyed. I'm going to stick with my word, destroyed. But the ball has been changed, and the umpires are back on their way. So not long we'll have that continuation.
Yes, and you look back at Cricket West Indies, societies will evolve over the decades. And I think with that evolution of Caribbean society, that had some negative effect on West Indies cricket as well. We speak of the club matches. We used to go to the club matches, you know, in their nice little shelters and so on. Families, mom and dad and children, sibling, you know, relatives and friends. It was a societal thing where communities used to come out, and they can't wait for Saturday and Sundays to come. I'm afraid in many society today, more and more people are going out to work. They're doing different things, you know, and you look at club matches today, even some club cricket, you're not getting that spectatorship view that you used to get. So as society move on, it's going to have spillover effect as well. We must never ever forget that. The bush cook days. You will know that in Trinidad. A cookout.
Chamahola from the media center. And just as this one is pushed to mid-on, and a quick single here from Anderson moves into the 90s now. Just bear with us a bit. The technicians are working on the graphics. You will get your score up in a moment. Just a bit of back-end trouble. I am no IT technician by a long shot, so it's not our fault. Sometimes technology is like that. It doesn't play along with you. So just bear with us a moment. I can't tell you by
the human brain will always outclass AI.
By the old school scoreboard, he has moved into the 90s as Anderson, and with the single he brings young Ali Mohammed, who's already hit a plethora of boundaries. There you go. As I talk about it, our technicians, they're so wonderful. 91 years now, but it is Ali Mohammed. Oh, the first easy shot from Ali Mohammed.
Yes, because he asked him to go on the back foot because of the length of the delivery, had everything behind the line. He's a gusty player. He's not going to be flustered out in the middle. A very, very good all-rounder. Make use of your chance, Ali Mohammed. But look at Chimar Holder, continues to bowl well.
You talk about the evolution of society, and the game itself has evolved, and there's so much talk in the last couple of years. I'll come back to it. Quick single here. bringing Anderson back on strike. Comfortable single in the end. So much talk about baseball and the way the game is being played. That's just how evolution works.
Yes, it does.
And when you look at the score, Ali Mohammed 24 from 13, that's what you see from all the top teams, where some of their lower order batters, those coming in at 6, 7, 8, and even their tail enders, well, I can't say tail enders in the new era, the lower order batters, they make scores like this. Edged it just out of the reach of Richards. We'll wait on the umpire. In fact, it's given us byes. I heard a sound, but it's going to be given as byes, so it didn't touch anything. Shama Holder just straying a little bit too much.
Yes, I think it could have been the bat just clipping the top of the pad. The ball was away outside of that. What a brilliant effort here by Richards. Went after it, but it was just eluding him.
One of the things when they talk about baseball, when you hear Brendan McCullum talk about the philosophy, it's about freedom. Giving the players freedom to be themselves and instilling confidence in them. So when you have a situation, quick single here, they will get it comfortably. When you have a situation like this, where Ali Mohammed is going guns blazing, there are coaches who will tell you, it's red ball, you're supposed to defend, you're supposed to be watchful. But if you're seeing the ball, hit the ball.
Yes, I always feel...
And build them up.
Yes, I always feel you play every ball on its merit. And sometimes too, you make it into what kind of delivery you want because of your foot movement, your skill set.
Skill sets, there you go. That's the word.
Yeah. And that's something as you go along, you're going to learn. Oh, this is good cricket here, getting deep back in the crease and picking up a single, so it's not all about boundaries.
So with that, the first half an hour has gone by, and the Harpy Eagles have taken the lead on first innings, so first job done. We will take a short break, and when we rejoin you, Vinod Mamchan and Sean Devers will take you through to the drinks break after the first hour. The West Indies Championship 2025.
Thanks a lot to Inderjeet and Jared Basu for the first half an hour's play. An action-packed half an hour. And here it's fourth to continue. Outside the off stump, Ali Mohammed was going big. Let me say good morning to, for the very first time today, Sean Devers. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning to you, Vinod. Good morning to listeners and viewers everywhere you are. Good. In a special start to his first-class career with the bat, bowled first ball for a duck. Ford was on a hat trick that was averted by Mohammed, and Savory is gone, but Anderson is still there.
Yeah, Savory going for 99. Good delivery by Ford. You can see that one pitching and moving away, well handled in the end there by Ali Mohammed. And our stats partner, Spooner Sports Spotlight, they have provided the information that you may find very interesting, Sean, that speaking of getting 99 in a first-class match, coming out of Trinidad and Tobago, you have two brothers that both got 99 and was dismissed, Keon Utley and Yannick Utley. How strange is that, Sean?
Not very strange at all. In a test match, Maurice Foster was bowled for 99 playing against India. And that was a higher level
I think you missed my point. The point I am making is two brothers,
in the same match.
not in the same match, but two brothers falling for 99, playing for Trinidad and Tobago in regional cricket. Ford getting this one to move away. I want to come a little closer and pitch it up a little more. But I think these guys, they don't want to get into the arc of Ronaldo Ali Mohammed because he's going big.
Yeah, he's a pugnacious young batsman. Even at club level, plays for GCC in local cricket. And his forte is stumping the ball, but he's still got a fairly good technique. So he's not a blaster alone. He can mix caution with defense and attack.
As you're seeing there, Ford will just want to come a little bit closer to him. And just apologies to our viewers as the score, there seems to be some issue with the updates from the scorer at the moment. In fact, he's trying to get it right, and we'll keep you updated as we go along.
Despite the two quick wickets, Guyana have accomplished their first task, which is to get first innings points. They're 355 for 5.
Again, too short. Well fielded down there at Gully. Javid Leacock in the position there. So the Harpy Eagles, they lead by 9 at the moment. (36) to Ali Mohammed. That includes 4 sixes short. Anderson is on 93. He would hope not to go down the same route as Savory, who unfortunately was dismissed for 99. Now I remembered you saying to me yesterday evening that you hope that they can get through the overs because you don't want this man coming back here today with a century playing on his mind. I think he would have played a lot more shots in his mind last night on how to get that century, and he just couldn't get it outside the off stump. Allowed to go by. You remember, this is a relatively new ball.
So Chimar Holder and Ford bowling in tandem. Barbados starting with pace. And I was talking to Ryan Hines, my good friend, and he was telling me that this is one of the best pitches he's ever seen at Providence. Of course, it's a new pitch. Relayed for the last World Cup. Good shot as Holder pitches up, but good fielding. So Barbados has been right up on their toes, especially buoyed by the fact that they got 2 wickets in successive balls. At 315 for 3 overnight, one would have thought Guyana would have scored in excess of 400 and 500 runs.
But those 2 crucial breakthroughs by Ford has set them back a bit.
Yeah.
But they've gotten past Barbados on their first innings already. And now they'll be looking, I was saying yesterday, Sean, Guyana probably wants to bat once on this track.
Yeah, want to build a big total, and then even if they bat twice, the second innings would be like about 30 to win. The last time 2 batters made 200s in the same game was in fact last year against the Windwards at Coolidge in Antigua, when Chandrapal and Imlak scored hundreds. And everyone, that's a beautiful delivery. Came back, and Anderson would say that he left it alone. Good judgment. Holder would say he was comprehensively beaten. And most people, more Guyana fans than anything else, would have be thinking that this would have been the second year in succession that 2 batters scored hundreds in the same match, but this is just the first run. We've got lots and lots of cricket to come. Lots of centuries being scored yesterday. Good shot on the front foot. Anderson doing it in singles. He's now gone to 93, 300, and no, he's 94, 356 for the loss of 5 wickets. Hold the balls, and the man is pushed back deep, almost where the 30-yard circle will be at mid-on. So an easy single for Mohammed. He will keep the strike as the over comes to an end. It's 357 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Well, that was not Matthew Ford bowling there. That was actually
Shimar
Holder.
Yeah.
And when Matthew Ford was bowling from this end, the scorer had Holder. So I think someone needs to inform him. I don't know if you have his number, Sean, where you can call the Guyana Cricket Board scorer and inform him of what's going on. I know you're well connected here, you know.
Yeah, I have Trevor Hussein's number. He's the official scorer for this match, I think.
So now he has it, right? Ford is bowling from this end.
Muhammad Ali is raced to 26 from 16 balls. No, he's got more than that.
Well, the scoreboard here at the ground has Ali Muhammad on 37.
Yes, that's how much
And I
he's
think
got.
that is exactly what he
Yeah.
has.
Yeah, because
The scorer has him here on the broadcast as 26, which is not correct.
yeah,
So he's on 37, and Kevlon Anderson
is on 94.
94.
Yeah,
Scorer just needs to get those things corrected so that you can have a smooth progression. In
That's
the
a
air, that's
pugnacious
it.
shot, yes.
What a shot!
charged forward and the cross batted him. Played with a horizontal bat on that occasion, back over the bowler's head and into the stands
Well,
at
that
the
was
south
struck-
of the ground for another 6. That's his 5th 6.
I was struck with disdain. Ford, who at the end of his last over went down and had a word with Coach Vasper Drakes. That was not really a bad ball. Ali Mohammed made it into something. This man is
363
really
now
on
for
fire.
three.
Pushed the way down to gully.
So we saw when he approached the crease on the hat-trick ball, Shamar Holder had a few words with him. And he might take that in a bad way and take it out on the bowlers. Not only Shamar, but also on Matthew Ford. Nasty delivery, short, but he pulled his head out of the way like a box in the middle of a ring, evading a straight right, and it went harmlessly by in the end to the keeper.
Who's the most famous boxer from Guyana, Sean?
Well, if you're talking about titles, we've had 5 world champions, excluding 2 women. And I would say 6 Ed Lewis because he was the first boxer to win a world title.
Ford, slow delivery down the leg side though. And in Trinidad and Tobago we have Claude Noel and Leslie Tiger Stewart.
But if you look at the style of the boxers, I would say Lennox Blackmore. He never won a world title, but he was class. Terence Addy was another great Guyana boxer. Fought out of New York with his Guyana flag on his trunks every time he fought.
Ford, you can see Ford just slowing it down a bit, taking pace off and asking Mohammed if he wants to hit me. You put pace onto it and you hit it. And he's giving him some batting advice as well. because I think Ford likes the young man because he's an all-rounder just like him. At the moment, the score is 463 for the loss of 5.
Ford in his first match at this level, first class match, he's played white ball cricket. In fact, he played 8 times for the West Indies in ODIs. But he's a bowling all-rounder. Ronaldo Mohammed is a batting all-rounder. But they're both all-rounders. And I was very impressed with Ford in his first class match, debutant. I was also impressed with the work of Luke Knott with the ball, but very disappointed with the bat with him. Both first ball, he will always remember his debut innings. Didn't last long. But he still got the second innings, which I don't think, stranger things have happened, that he'll have the opportunity to bat in the second innings. McAllister replaces Holder. And that's punched out towards the cover position, and this time they get 2. So Anderson now goes closer and closer to his third first class 100. He's 96. Got 3 half centuries, which will hopefully be converted into his third 100. So he'll still have 2 half centuries if he gets the 100. Black plastic bag blowing across the side screen.
It's a bad delivery.
Yeah, too short and too wide. Give Anderson an easy single. So he's doing it in singles, apart from that double which he took in the previous ball. So he's now gone quietly up to
Should be 98.
97.
Well, I think they're trying to take him on to 98. Then have now brought it back to 97. So,
Yeah.
Horace with the
that
scoring.
that too took him to 96.
Well, even the scoreboard seems to be confused here this morning in Guyana.
Yeah, the scoreboard is bang on target.
Well, Sean, right now they're saying 987. That's 987. They have to make up their mind. It's either the guy's on 97 or he's on 98. There's a man approaching 100, and he's keep on looking at the scoreboard. Look at Anderson. He was looking at the scoreboard for a good while, because he himself is trying to figure out what's going on here.
He's on 97. And that's what the scoreboard has.
Sean, are you seeing well?
Yeah, very well.
Let's hope that Anderson sees the same thing that you are seeing. Look, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed seems to be asking a question of the guys down at square leg.
So there's a man on the long leg boundary, a man back on the backward square boundary, and short goes McAllister and pounded away out towards cover.
Should
And
go
they will
back
come
for
back
two.
for 2. So Mohammed now goes to 35 with that shot. And the total going up now to 368. Guyana accomplishing their first mission of the morning, getting first innings points. First innings points back in regional first class cricket for the first time in a long time.
He's bowling!
Yeah,
Looking to pull a short delivery. It rushed onto him. It took the under edge, and there you can see the stumps disturbed.
yeah. Well, that's the way he batted. You can't blame him for playing a shot like that. It was there to be hit, but he misjudged the pace of the ball. Hit beyond the edge.
I want to agree with you there, Sean. So he has to leave. An enterprising little cameo.
Yes, he's bowled by Holder for 35.
Well, I'm
And
seeing
Guyana-
30 on the scoreboard, so we'll have to verify that. So the veteran himself, Versami Pulmall, is coming in now to bat. And we can tell you the score is 368 for 6.
Pomal takes guard. So 2 Barbadians at the crease. Pomal from the club of Albion, which produced 6 test players, most of them spin bowlers.
So here is McAllister.
Little hesitation between the two. Start-stop situation, then they decided to run the single, so Pomal is off the mark and he will keep the strike. So he's 1. Anderson is 97 and the over is completed 369 for the loss of 6 wickets. Guyana.
The scoreboard has 5, and I think it's 6 down, as Sean is rightly saying.
That's 6 there on the scoreboard, Vinu. You're not seeing good. It looks like 5, but it's 6.
What are you telling me, Sean? It looks like 5, but it's 6.
Yes, it is 6.
Okay.
The digits on the scoreboard are painted in a funny way. And when you look at it from this distance, with the angle, it looks different.
I think, Sean, at the end of today's play, we'll move the scoreboard. We'll angle it towards us alone. Forward. Edge and gone! Bowling right along the corridor of uncertainty. He was getting the ball to shape away for the entire morning, and well deserved.
So a tremendous game by Ford continues, picking up the wicket of Pomal, caught behind by Richards. Richards has done well behind the stumps also for Barbados.
He has. And Pomal, we all know, can be a very stubborn character. He can bat. So to get him there now, that's a big blow.
I think he got 96 last year and was out. That would have been his first class 100. He's the most experienced player in the Guyana team. I think this is his 145th first class match. But he's doing his job with his bowling, continues to pick up wickets, even though I felt he bowled too many bad balls in the first innings. Had 2 wickets for 78 runs, but not Pomal usually. Outside the off stump, not close enough to induce Adams to play a shot at it. Adams from the county of Essequibo. So the 2 batters there, one from Berbice, Anderson, and the other from Essequibo. Demerara separates the 2 counties. Demerara, the smallest of the 3 counties in Guyana. This match is being played at Providence on the East Bank, which is in Demerara. Outside the line with the leg stump. Valiant effort there from Richards. Couldn't get a glove to it, and that's a bad ball. 4 wides.
Yeah, look where Richards is getting up from, and that's to tell you just how wide it was.
Yes, maybe looking to bring the ball back and just overcompensating, and the ball going down the leg side. That was close to wide.
7 down now. 373.
So this match still wide open. I suspect it's going to have a result. This is the penultimate day, early in the first session of the third day. Ford, with his tail up again, goes down the leg side. And this time going to his left. Nice take there by Richards. There were several wicket keepers with the name Murray and Williams. Thinking of a wicket keeper named Richards. I think Dale Richards from the Leeward Islands kept a few times. Good delivery. Almost played on. Do you think Anderson will be getting a little worried now that he's going to be running out of partners?
I don't think so. There's still three batters there. 3 wickets to fall.
Yeah.
And he's just 3 runs short.
He would be quite nervous when he sees Niall Smith come in. Two slips and a gully. Point, cover, mid-off. That's the offside field.
Oh,
This
that's
is
good.
a much better line.
Yep, again, he's asking a question. Just one correction there, Sean. You had mentioned Dale Richards from the Lee. Dale Richards was actually from Barbados.
Yeah, but I think he
Yeah.
played in the franchise for the Leewards. I'm not sure, but
No,
he's definitely
the
from
time he-
Barbados, though.
The time he played,
Yeah,
though,
there was
the
no franchise.
yeah,
Yeah,
no movement just yet.
yeah.
Oh, there's a favorite beverage. El Dorado.
$373 for 7.
So Guyana will be looking to get up to 400. I think that should be the target from here. Some clouds are wrong, Sean. Any imminent threat of rain?
I don't think so. The clouds are light grey, and you can see some patches of blue in the sky, and the sun out in all its glory. Too wide. McCarthy starts a new over, and no trouble for Anderson. Anderson 3 away from what would be his third first class 100. And there will be lots of elation in Berbice if he gets those 3 runs, especially from his club Rose Hall Town. Former president of the Berbice board, Hilbert Foster, will send out a press release. That's a good stop. Punched off the back foot, nice timing. So the Bajans are not making it easy for him.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Keep that pressure up. Our cameraman seemed to like El Dorado. So McAllister looking for that 8th wicket to fall. Looking to limit the damage, so to speak, here, Sean. Don't want Guyana having too much of a lead.
Yes, that will open up the match for Barbados. I was talking to Ryan Hines, and he was a little bit worried. He was saying how well Savory especially was batting, and he holds the record for the most runs in a 4th wicket partnership at Providence, 237, along with Kevin Stout. Kevin Stout made 184. Ryan Hines made 100 in that game. That was in. Oh my!
Simon, there's a lot of people not out, says the umpire. Well,
Good decision there
Barbadians
by
were-
Nigel Duguid.
well, let's have a look at it again. The Barbadians were confident.
Yeah, you could see the ball passing a bit of away from the bat.
So we don't have the benefit of Snicko, so we'll have to go with the umpire. He's in the best position. But a good delivery there from McAllister.
Yesterday he might have got it wrong. There was no evidence of that though, and Nandu was caught. And not a beautiful delivery, almost cut him in half. It came back, and this time didn't take him cleanly, wasn't taken cleanly by Richards. And even if it did, it didn't hit the edge.
That one cutting back in between bat and bat. This is a good spell here from McAllister.
And this is the set batsman. Oh my dear, loose shot, no movement of the left foot across, just swatted at it.
The end of the over, and that's the end of the first hour's play on the 3 of this match. Scored 373 for 7. We take a short break, we'll be right back.
.373 for 7. 99 overs completed, and the first hour of play on day 3 also completed. The players, the umpires have all had a bit of a refreshment and some fluids into the body. It is a mighty hot day here in Providence, Georgetown, Guyana, surrounded by so much development. I'm not sure if the dust is Saharan dust or the construction sites. Nonetheless, it is a day 3.
It's a mixture of both.
Guyana has the lead on first innings, so they've secured the first innings points. Matthew Ford from the southern end, and we're up and running. Again, a beauty from Matthew Ford. What entertainment in the first hour as Inderjeet comes in next to me. We have had runs, we have had sixes, we have had a missed century by a smidgen.
A missed hat trick.
Missed hat trick. I tell you, what entertainment for the morning.
Yes, God bless the longer format of the game. We are having real competition out in the middle. And this is a
Slapped.
brave shot.
Yeah, over the mid-on fielder.
That's
And-
Anthony Adams.
Entertainment continues.
Yes, he has good batting qualities. He's not going to be bogged down. Once you're not careless, the mid-on was in, and he trusted his power then, as he got it nicely in the meat of the bat, had 4 written all over it.
Just a little bit of a over pitching, a bit of a nothing ball from Ford, but the entertainment continues. And you and I at the drinks break, we sat just before the drinks break, we sat on the balcony, and the cricket West Indies, the West Indies Championship 2025, where legends are created, where legends are made. We spoke about that bloodline and all the legends of the game, the red ball format, the evolution to the white ball format, one that just scoots off the ground though.
Yeah, that's the
off
first
pitch.
time we have seen actually a ball behaving that manner.
Yeah, I think it hit a crack, because there are some cracks in the pitch just under where the dry grass was rolled in, and of course it's the 3rd day, so we can expect that these things may happen. But we've seen some keep a bit low, but not like this. But we talk about the legends of the game and the evolution, and we talk about all these young players and following in those footsteps.
Yes, absolutely. So, oh, that's a brilliant delivery. Has he gotten his man?
The umpire's
Yes.
finger is raised.
And that's Anthony Adams. That was a real class delivery. Look at it on the replay. Pitched and left him just a trifle, and the bat just couldn't get out of the way. And Barbados Pride this morning continues to pick up wickets. Kudos to them. The Harpy Eagles just limping here a little when it comes down to the lower order batting.
They started the day just about 30 runs adrift on first innings. They now lead by 31 runs, 377 for 8. Matthew Ford, within striking distance of a fifer, he now has 4 wickets under his belt. The Guyana Harpy Eagles looking like they're not going to get too much further. This young man coming to the middle now, Niall Smith. We know he can hit the long ball, can Niall Smith, and unfortunately he's kind of stranded on the other end. Anderson is still in the 90s.
Yes, exactly. He's on 97, still 3 to go here. But he can trust his fellow Borbisher. He's handy with the bat, Niall Smith. But look, give credit to Barbados Pride. Came back this morning, believed in themselves, put in the hard work, and overnight, none for 44 off 12 overs, Matthew Ford. Now 4 for 68. That has to be brilliant bowling today.
Four wickets for just about 20 odd runs this morning. Of course, Ali Mohammed did take him for a couple of boundaries, but he found his way back well, did Matthew Ford. And again, he's showing some early signs here. We know we've seen him at international level with white ball. Again, just a bit of shape. You're seeing the shape, and one that scooted off on the ground. Basically, I think he found the other side of the crack when he got that wicket.
Could have very well happened. I remember seeing a ball from Shane Warne against Shivnarine Chandapal, was at Sydney in Australia. That almost turned 90 degrees because it touched a crack way outside the line of the off stump, was left by Shiv, and the ball cannoned into that stump. That will always be on my mind.
There's a bit of swing here from Ford. I think the decision by Reefer to bowl him from this end will pay some dividends as we come to the end of yet another over. 377 now for 8 at the end of the over. Successful one from Matthew Ford. And I think this end will suit him with his outswing to the right-handers, in-swing to the left-handers, because of that northeasterly breeze that comes across the ground here at Providence. So he's shown, as we're saying, we've seen him with the white ball, and we're seeing something from him with the red ball. this is a good problem to have for West Indies because you have Shamar Joseph, who was in the nets 2 days ago practicing with the Harpy Eagles. You have Jaden Seals, who for me is now the top bowler, red ball format. I'll come back to it. Jai McAllister continuing from the media center end. You have Alzari Joseph. You have Kemar Roach, who is, I don't think, anywhere ready to retire. Still has a couple years in him again. You have all these cadre of seamers, fast, medium. It's a good problem to have for West Indies cricket.
Yes, certainly. You mentioned Kemar Roach. I always feel once Kemar Roach is fit, he should definitely be in the team for the West Indies team. Once he maintains his physical fitness, was kind of a little worrying to know that he replaced an injury in Pakistan. He himself went there and got injured. This happens when you're not playing the game consistently. But yes, he is still around, still a good boy, still picks up a wicket in Test cricket too.
I was saying on the first day with the senior players coming back into the fold in the second round, I would genuinely love to see Kemar Roach in the Barbados team, but of course that's not for me. That's the fan in me, the cricket fan in me.
Well, he's injured now. I doubt whether he has recovered in time for the next match. And just pulling the bat inside the line there. Kevlon Anderson allowing to go by. He knows he's on 97, just 3 away from 3-figure score here. He will not want to give it away.
He also knows that there are only 2 wickets remaining.
That's right, exactly. But one of the things that they make this match so good, we are having the cricketers out in the middle. They understand the importance of making a West Indies team. It's a dream of every youngster that plays cricket at the regional level. They want to go to the higher level.
Put on the maroon, as it's called, get that maroon
That's
cap.
very special. Yes, only those who understand what cricket means to West Indies will tell you about that maroon. You wear that with pride. If you don't have a chance to wear it, you look at it for motivation, for inspiration, and you understand the identity of a West Indian in the foreign world. That's the representation of it.
I talk about the fan in me coming out, wanting to see Kemar back in the Barbados Pride team. I'll come back to it. Pulled, but no timing on the shot. And into the ground and to the fielder. This is the closest that I've been to a legend of the game. He sits in the balcony just to the left-hand side of us, and then I walked past him in the mall that sits just behind the media center.
You mean you walked past and didn't say hello, legend?
I was afraid. I became like a child again.
You're intimidated.
There you go. I'm talking about the great Sir Clive Lloyd, winner of the first 2 men's World Cups. And finalist in the 3rd, mind you. and a man who had to lead some great personalities. You think about a Michael Holding, you think about a Vivian Richards, a young Vivian Richards.
I had the privilege of introducing Sir Clyde Lloyd to give a speech. I'll tell you after this.
Pull, this time he's gotten the timing.
And
Middle of the bat. And the celebration tells you, finally, after some wickets falling around him, Kevlon Anderson, take a bow. 100.
Yes, and that's his 3rd century at the first class level. The 24-year-old looks good. And what a way to bring up that. That was a pugnacious pull shot, full-blooded pull shot for 4. Congratulations to him. Hard work pays off.
101 now, 15 boundaries in the knock. A strike rate of 65, which in the red ball format and the evolved game, that's a wonderful strike rate. Tells you that he's progressed his innings nicely.
And you're right about that. It's not only the 100, it's the way that he got the 100. You know, well-constructed innings. Continue from here on.
So the over ended. Matthew Ford from the presidential suites end now. nearly sneaking through. That one just going under the bat. Another Dade might have taken the bail or one of the stumps with it.
Yeah. I was telling you about Clive Lloyd. It was the 75th birthday anniversary at the Georgetown Cricket Club ground. Lloydie came in, Sir Clyde Lloyd, came in late in the night.
We'll get it right.
Yes, and I said, I don't know if Sir Clyde is prepared, but, you know, my privilege to ask you, I know it's impromptu.
Driven nicely. There's pinch a single here. And the scoreboard keeps ticking on. Niall Smith now off the mark.
Yes, and he listened to me keenly when I said impromptu. And he took the mic and his first words were, he said, pregnancy is like an impromptu speech. Easy to conceive but hard to deliver. I'll always remember those words from the great man. Such a nice gentleman. It's good to have the legends around. I think the theme for this year tournament is where legends are born.
It is. And that's, you can see the connection. You're seeing them around.
That's
just outside that off stump again. Fishing a bit here is Anderson. He's going to have to reset. Now that you've gotten to the landmark, he's going to have to reset in mind. One of the things we talk about legends, one of the things that the great Brian Lara always did when he got to a milestone, he regarded. He took his guard again, and then he reset, and it was almost like, I'm starting from zero and going on. That's how Brian Lara was. But again, you see the connection. You're seeing Sir Clive Lloyd around, and then you're seeing 100 from a young man who is in basically the embryonic phase of his career. Obviously not the type of experience just yet of Sir Lloyd.
Yeah.
But that's the connection, and that's the wonderful nature of the tournament.
Yeah, the talent is there, the skill is there, and then he's turning those skills and talent we've been talking into 100 and needs to do it consistently. Here is one that you can look and see, and you can say, here is one for the future. You know, very impressed. Savory batted well. And this boy that's bowling here, Matthew Ford, with his 92 that he made in the first innings.
The field comes in. Just as he got on the edge, yes, the finger goes up from umpire Raj Kumar. And just as I was saying, he had to reset. And now he's nicked one. And the wonderful innings of 101 has to come to an end. Yeah, beautiful delivery.
Away is a swing there, not big, just good enough to take the edge of the bat. And why the youth celebration? They celebrate the fall of the wicket, but they'll also celebrate Matthew Ford picking up a 5-wicket haul here at the National Stadium, Providence, backing his 92 with the bat. What a massive performance from him.
It seems that the players are actually walking off by the scoreboard in the ground and our score. It is 9 wickets down. We'll get the information for you in a moment. I'm not sure if one of the players, Isai Thorne, yes, Isai seemed to have a bit of an injury. So it's possible that he may not bat. If that be the case, we'll get the official word from the match referee and let you know. But that being as it may, Guyana Harpy Eagles do have first innings points. They now lead by some 36 runs on first innings. And I don't get to give you my story about what I heard about Clive Lloyd until we come back.
Yes, we shall, sure.
What's your assessment of where we stand in the game?
Look, I think this game is evenly balanced. How much that lead is going to make a difference, I don't know. But Barbados Pride will start their second innings knowing fully well they have to wipe off a deficit. What is going to be their approach, I am not certain. But so far, I see this match neck and neck. The Harpy Eagles will have to come out here and bowl strong. Now, if he can't bat out in the middle, Isaiah Turn, it simply means that's a double blow for Guyana, because I don't feel Niall Smith is at his best. And now Isaiah Turn, the second senior fast bowler in the team, niggling injury, that could really peg the Guyana Harpy Eagles back.
So many questions, so many thoughts, so many combinations and permutations. But in about 10 minutes' time, we will begin to unfold some of these answers. Cricket West Indies Championship 2025 from Providence Stadium in Guyana. keep it locked. We'll be back in a short while. So a lead of some 36 runs. The Guyana Harpy Eagles on the first innings. That's very, very important, those first innings points, because you could end up at the end of the West Indies Championship in a position where so many teams and so many games have been drawn and end up in draws, that first innings points decides between 1 and 2 and who takes the championships. And so the players and the umpires have all returned to the middle, and we are ready for the Barbados Pride's second innings. Just a bit of a note, Isai Thorne was not available to bat, as official word from the match referee, Mr. Jonathan Blades. Good afternoon, good morning, Mr. Blades, who is sitting in the room just below us at the next level. Inderjeet is still alongside me. And the West Indies Championships, we've been talking about legends. I thought Matthew Ford had the first 5 I forgot that Joshua Bishop got 7 yesterday. And then Joshua Bishop just got 3 more in the Leeward Islands. So he has 10 wickets in the match.
Yes.
And he was the top wicket taker last year.
Yes.
So Matthew Ford with his 5 the second of the season, ensured that lead the Harpy Eagles got was no more than just 36 runs. Inderjeet, we had so many questions going into the innings changeover. How is this going to pan out?
Yes, first, let's give credit to Barbados Pride. They picked up 4 wickets this morning. Harpy Eagle just adding 6 to 7 runs. So technically, with the unavailability of Thorne to bat, the last 5 were just 6 to 7 run score. They have won the game so far on the 3rd day. That's today. That will give them the confidence. Some people prefer to say the momentum, but they have to first wipe off that 36. So some pressure will be here now on Niall Smith to deliver in this innings. A lot of no balls in the first innings. He would not want that to continue.
He will start us off from the media center end. And a little bit down the leg side, but easy. The first run off the bat. And the Barbados Pride are on the way, cutting into that deficit that Inderjeet mentioned. He's started with a couple of slips. Tejnarine Chandapol there, probably just about a 4th slip rather than a gully. An extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg, and 3rd back on the ring, back on the boundary rope.
Yes, what the Harpy Eagles must do here too, you do not want to give away too many singles. Keep the pressure up by creating dot balls, bowl to the field that you have been, you have asked for, I guess, and your skipper obliged to give you this field. So Niall Smith will have to be very disciplined and look to pick up a wicket. Let's say if the Harpy Eagles can pick up a wicket before that 36 deficit, or 2 wickets is that deficit is wiped off. It simply means the pressure will be back on the Pride team.
Yeah, Lenico Boucher and Zachary McCaskey. Of course, McCaskey coming off a half century in the first innings. He'll want to go one better, probably. Maybe he may have enough time to get there. We're not sure. We still have 1 day and 2 sessions after this half an hour to go. But you mentioned Niall Smith, and you spoke about Niall Smith before we went on the innings break. Fishing as he edged it. They're celebrating. Umpire Nigel Duguid is unmoved. In fact, that's Lyndon Rajkumar.
Yeah.
They've switched around. The umpires are confusing me here.
Yeah, nothing wrong. Try a thing on the umpire. And I think that is exactly what they did there. But why on earth Lenico Boucher wants to play that? Look, that was a wide delivery. Short, lifting wide outside the off stump. Flirted with danger.
But we spoke about that on the balcony earlier. Play the shot rather than just hanging the bat out there. This one is in the gap at mid-wicket, and he'll get off the strike. He'll come back for 2, in fact. And this lightning quick outfielder, they have time for a 3rd.
Yes, and that's the second time I've seen scoring shots in the leg side because the ball is slanted down the leg side, one towards backward square, and now this has gone through forward square, and they collected runs there. Niall Smith will have to get this corrected as early as possible.
And as we're on Niall Smith, one of the first adjustments I've seen, and Liam pointed it out yesterday, he has shortened his run-up.
Well, that's a fine delivery. He was beaten all ends up, and you rightly set off a short run-up, and that will tell you he might not be fully fit. I can't imagine a Niall Smith, 1 over gone, 4 without loss. On the second innings on the third day, cutting the run. There has to be a reason why.
And I think he himself is aware. You mentioned that no ball problem he had in the first innings. I think he himself is aware. I need to make some adjustments here. And he's made that adjustment. There's umpire Lyndon Rajkumar, was called into action in that last over. And we will see now from this end. Seems to
This
be
is
Ali
going to be
Mohammed.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Yes, Ali Mohammed indeed. Quite entertaining with the bat. He'll probably tell you, I'm an all-rounder. I'm not a batting all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder or a bowler. I'm an all-rounder.
Yes, and he played well for the couple of balls that he faced out in the middle. Got a bumper, edged it onto the stumps.
It's a little bit too wide. He starts with a similar field as Niall Smith did from the other end. A couple of slips and Tishan Chandapal in the gully. A third, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
And I want to see a finish to this 4-day game. I want to see a team win, whether it's Barbados Pride or whether it's the defending champs Harpy Eagle, because I think it has been a splendid.
This one whipped away, but straight to the man mid-wicket.
Yes, a splendid
No
cricket
run.
match so far. Entertaining. It hasn't short of anything.
You say that, and I look around at the scores, and we'll get to some of the scores around the championship in a bit. And I think only the Trinidad and Tobago CCC game is trending in the direction of a draw. All the other games are progressing in that direction. The other two games, in fact, are trending in that direction. Better from Ali Mohammed, straighter, can't prevent the single though, are trending in the direction of victories one way or the other.
Yes, that Red Force game, Red Force 504 for the loss of 6 declared. And the CCC, a very good reply. They were 114 for 2 overnight.
Yeah, that game just getting back on the way.
Yes.
Well, in fact, sorry, it's going to get underway in about an hour's time. So that overnight score, we'll see how far CCC can get in replying to 500. If CCC do get to 500, more than likely it's going to end up as a draw, because that's going to take more time out of the game. But the other games...
Well, what about the Leewards game at Coolidge? Hurricanes 358 and 134 for 5, close of play yesterday. The Academy, they were bowled out for 145. So...
Struck on the pad, loud appeal. Umpire Nigel Dugan raises the finger. Young Ali Mohammed celebrates with his teammates. Wicket number 1 in the bag.
Zachary McCaskey was the one trapped in front. Let's look at this delivery. A little bit of a movement there, and that's bang on. Good decision by Nigel Dugan. Barbados Pride, they have lost their first wicket. They're 5 for the loss of 1. McCaskey scored a half century in the first innings and going early here in the second innings. Not in the plan at all of the Pride team.
Someone said earlier this morning that 5 wickets were down, and not too long after the 5 wickets were down. Then somebody in the commentary booth just spoke about a victory one way or the other and a result from the game. I'm going to have to ask that person for the lotto numbers, because with the early wicket, that now sets up the game to trend in that direction because they are still adrift by 31 runs.
Yes, I mean, it's a good start for the Harpy Eagles here, picking up the early wicket. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, most of the time, he bowls straight to the stumps or just outside the line of the off stump. Has a very good bumper as well. He hasn't chosen to do that often while bowling in the first innings. Whether he's going to try a few in the second innings. But this is giving the Barbados Pride something else to think about. You do not want to lose early wickets. They have lost one. We're just in the second over of the second innings. So they have to regroup here, rebuild the innings. And these two, a lot will be asked of them.
So as Ali Mohammed gets back to the top of his mark, and just one delivery to go in his over. Skipper Raymond Reefer at the crease. Drives and not off the mark. That will end the over. Yes, it will. At the end of the second over in the second innings of the Barbados Pride batting effort, the score 5-1.
Yes, and you look at the scorecard on your screen there. That tells the story of what has transpired so far. Eagles today 382 for the loss of 9, 36 lead. Anderson 101 was a fine innings from him. Kimmel Savory 99.
I'm not sure how much he's going to enjoy being reminded of that. But just to go back, you were asking about the progression of the West Indies Academy versus Leeward Islands Hurricanes encounter at Coolidge in Antigua, the home of West Indies cricket. Quick single here. Comfortable in the end. And the Leeward Islands are actually 240 for 7 in their second innings. I mentioned that Joshua Bishop taking 3 after the 7 that he took in the first innings. And so that game trending in the direction they're going to set the Leeward Islands, they are going to set a target, the Leeward Islands, for the academy to go after.
Well, they've gone past 400 with that lead that they got on first innings as well.
Mammoth lead.
Yeah.
And I think it's a challenge for the academy. The turnstile, I guess, if you want to call it that, players coming in and going out back into their respective territories. I remember the similar encounter. Quick single here, shy at the stumps, and he's safe. I think maybe a direct hit. He may have been in some trouble.
Well, Richie looked out. He was alert like a bird in spring there. Came in, collected nicely, and with one action send a return. The only thing he didn't disrupt the woodworks there. But that was touch and go. The question is, why take that kind of a risk at this moment in the game? Yes, you want to get those quick singles, but just be careful. If that ball had hit the stumps, it would have been something different.
Bowled him! Cartwheeling stumps at Providence. Niall Smith follows in the footsteps of Ali Mohammed, and someone was just saying about 2 wickets down.
Well, Nico Boucher there, beaten all ends up. That's a beautiful delivery by Niall Smith off a short run. Wobbled it a little, and look at the celebration here by the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Dare I say that result may be imminent today, we may not have to come here tomorrow.
Don't tell me we don't have to come. We want to see a keenly contested end to this game here. And now you see how that 36 lead that the Harpy Eagles have on first innings, how handy that is, because only 7 runs has been wiped off from that. 7 for the loss of 2. Eagles in Guyana, the Harpy Eagles, one of the largest bird in the world. It's a bird of prey. And they normally take you into their own territory when they hunt you down. So they have taken the pride in their territory here, and this could spell some trouble.
Talking about territory, if you're anywhere in and around Guyana, whether you're on a plane leaving, come back. You're on a cruise ship out at sea, get them to dock in Georgetown, somewhere along the Demerara, come across. This is excitement at its finest.
That's an exciting shot by the young Drakes. He came forward and flicked it. That's a gorgeous looking shot. Through mid-wicket and away to the boundary for 4. Great start.
Jonathan Drakes, who's come to the middle with the fall of the wicket, doesn't seem too bothered by a score of 5 for 2 after 2.5 overs. The boundary carrying his team and further.
Yes, a good shot to get off the mark, like I said. Scored a half century in the first innings as well. He's an elegant player.
Edge, into hand, out of hand. My gosh, the excitement.
Well, that should have been taken, and who dropped it? Tej Narayan Chandapal had to dive, got it into the left hand, and out it came. They say catches win matches, and you'll never ever be wrong about that.
I'm going to tell you something. This morning, just before you arrived, I stood up on the stairs looking at Tej go through his fielding drills with the coach, and they were doing slip catching. And he dropped one very similar to that in practice this morning, going through his drills.
Well, if
that's the importance of practicing,
yes,
for all our young viewers out there.
Agree with you. This
Down
one.
the leg side. Well taken by the keeper and captain. It will bring us to the end of an over. Now 12 for 2 after 3.
And just imagine, for the Harpy Eagles, if that catch was taken, it would have been 12 for the loss of 3. So we said all along.
In fact, it would have been 11 because they pinched the single when it was dropped. So yes, it would have been worse off.
Yes, I agree with you. I heard some comments, no problem, people's opinion. We always respect those. They were saying it's a batting friendly wicket. I beg to differ. It's not so. If the catches were taken that were floored in both innings, Pride innings, the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings, and here again in the Pride innings, it could have been a different cricket match.
Yeah, if you're anywhere in the vicinity of that bridge that's going up in Georgetown, you need to come across to Providence. Ali Mohammed continues, or he doesn't. It's a bit of a false start here. Yes, indeed. If you are in Guyana with just about 15 minutes to go before the lunch interval, I think you can sneak away at lunchtime. Don't tell the boss anything and just come down to Providence and just not let him see you for the rest of the afternoon. I guarantee you, you will be thoroughly entertained here at Providence. Straight lines.
Yes.
And you mentioned it, that there is something for the bowlers. This is something that Matthew Ford did well.
Exactly, I do agree with you. And he reaped the rewards, of good bowling. I'm particularly happy for him. Are we seeing the making of another excellent all-rounder? I hope so, for the sake of West Indies cricket. We need that someone to play the role. That's a good delivery. Just a shade outside the line of the off stump. Somebody to come and play a role that was once played by the likes of Dwayne Bravo. That excellent all-rounder. There was everything good about him on the field of play. He was very deceptive in his art of bowling. Excellent batter. Brilliant in the field. A motivator as well. Are we seeing the making here of Matthew Ford? Well, he had impeccable judgment here, the right-hander Jonathan Drakes. That was close, and he just allowed the foot to come forward. Then he took the bat over the line of the delivery and allows it to go by.
You mentioned another legend of the game, DJ Bravo, who's probably made his name more in the white ball format, but he has played Test cricket. And even Jason Holder, that was a role more recently played by Jason Holder after Dwayne had moved on.
They were at different levels. Yes, I understand the role, but they were different levels. It's very difficult to compare the two. Bravo was in a world of his own. The Jason Holder, a good player, no doubt about that. And I thought with his height and the levers that he has, those long arms, would have been a little bit more quicker. But he never really developed in pace. But experience, yes.
Driven nicely, and it's going to beat the fielder. That third man is just a bystander. I thought for a moment he was a little bit closer, but an easy looking shot here from Jonathan Drakes.
And that is what you call the classical cover drive. Leant into it, got to the pitch, picked it at a half volley, and beautifully driven through the covers for 4. And if we may go back a little to Jason Holder, I think he has done well for the West Indies. His records will tell you that. Just that I felt that he hasn't taken the game to another level that we felt he would have become a world beater.
And we talk about 2 legends of the game. Jason Holder is a former number 1 all-rounder in test matches.
Yes.
Has a couple of centuries, double hundreds in test match cricket, and a plethora of wickets. And we are seeing, you made mention of Matthew Ford, but I'm going to tell you something. Young Ali Mohammed, he may not have gotten a half century today. It's only time in coming. Because when you look, again, this is the platform getting into test cricket. I'm going to come back to it once he runs in. Edged, this time into the gap. And he's going to get 4 runs for it. Lightning quick outfield. And there you see, Ali Mohammed is making things happen. May not have gotten the half century today, but when you look at international teams, they have someone in the middle order who did and do what Ali Mohammed did today for the Harpy Eagles. Strike rate of over 100.
Yes, somebody that can change the game.
I think we have 2 legends here. Ali Mohammed on one side and Matthew Ford on the other side.
You mean legends in the making?
There you go. End of the
But we're
over,
hoping
20
so.
for 2.
Yes, we are hoping so. And Pride is, they are on the back foot at the moment. 20 for the loss of 2. I felt they batted well. They could have gotten 400 in the first innings. They threw it away down the line. They're hoping to come better in the second innings. But the signs aren't looking good for them. We've seen some edges. We've seen drop catch as well. So they're really on the back foot.
2 slips. And the gully third going a bit finer.
And I'm just thinking here, Basu, with Niall Smith not operating on full throttle, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed not one of the quickest, maybe the second slip.
Well, Tej just went in to third
Yes.
slip now.
Well, that's good to see. No ball. So this continues to plague him. His 9th no ball in the match. 8 in the first innings. 1 in the second innings here. And it was such a good delivery, with the exception it became a poor one because of the no ball. And Tej has been placed in the 3rd slip position. I'm just thinking here, if that second slip can take 1 step further, you know, just in case, if there is an edge, it might very well be going to hand. Look what happened in the previous over. The second slip was a little bit back. The ball went to his right, but it was dropping in front of him a little bit wide. So these are little things that Savory, you know, he's going to learn as he skipper the side.
And in that instance, it's even more on him because he is the wicket keeper and the slips always take their stand from him.
Yes.
On the pad, a lot of appeal, but nothing doing. A quick single in the end.
It could have been going down the leg side well in the eyes of the umpire, whether there was a little, well, no touch onto it because a leg by is signaled there. So clearly it was going down the leg side.
Yeah, the accentuated angle from Smith. Yeah, definitely down the leg side.
You know, I remember looking at so many different 4-day games and commentating on 4-day games. I'm ecstatic that I'm seeing a 4-day game that is very competitive.
Yeah, the red ball format, I'm always taken aback. I don't understand why people say the red ball format is dying. It's so entertaining. You look
So
around.
sometimes you watch some 4-day games or some 3-day games and you tend to believe, what am I watching at? It's really dying. But this has really brought it back. I mean, I love what I'm seeing. Across the region, it looks good too. this game, if we talk about flavor, I know in Trinidad and Tobago you guys call it chow. There's some mangoes and what's it? A special leaf that you put inside. Shadow Beni.
Bandania.
Bandania, yes, that give it its taste.
Yeah,
and
shadow
lots
Beni.
of mother-in-law pepper. That's what you call it there. In Guyana, we'll chip the mango up, but we'll call it salt and mango. It adds flavor to it. So the way these two teams have gone about their task, I love the flavor, man.
Once again, if you are anywhere in Guyana, anywhere, if you have to take the boat across the Demerara, you have to take the bridge in on your car, you need to be here this afternoon. It's going to be entertaining after lunch.
Easy to do it. Call in sick.
Oh,
We didn't tell the boss anything.
don't. Just come across. You might be sitting in the red stand and your boss is in the orange stand.
Hope you don't clash.
So watchful here from Jonathan Drakes. He's moved on now 13 from 12 deliveries, end of another Niall Smith over, and 22 for 2. Not quite double Nelson, but
Yes.
5 overs into their second innings with about 5 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. 4 minutes now. So we'll see. Ali Mohammed is going to continue. And as a seamer, this may very well. I was looking to see if Savory would just sneak in one of his spinners here just to get an extra over in. He's going back to Ali Mohammed. Of course, he's created one of the wickets, Ali Mohammed. This may very well be the last over before lunch.
You'll never know.
Driving, but straight to the cover fielder. Stationary Chandapol.
Well, this is the strategy. You're having the 2 slips and the gully, maybe a third slip that is very wide. You want to get him on the front foot to drive. It was a good-looking shot to the left-handed Raymond Reefer, but he found the fielder. He will want to make amends. Didn't spend a lot of time out in the middle in the first innings. The skipper batting at number 3. He will want to do far better than what he did in the first.
And he's always there and thereabout is Reefer. Good delivery. Has it hit pad first?
I think it was bat. You hear that cracking sound and then onto the pad. But that was right up there. Reefer crouching. And he got some good bat onto that one.
Yeah, definitely bat onto pad.
Yes. That was another excellent delivery. And this is what you want to see. You're not a tearaway fast bowler. You might not be killing anybody with your short deliveries, but you're bowling to the field that your captain has asked you to bowl.
Punched nicely. Reefer will get another single. And I think just as Reefer did with Matthew Ford, who can swing the ball, I think Savory has done well here to bring Ali Mohammed from this end. We can look across the field at the Guyana and Barbados flags, and that breeze, and you look at Ali Mohammed to the left-hander in particular, he's going wide on the crease, and that easterly breeze is helping him.
It's a good observation. Niall Smith actually bowled from the top end. Good, this is a little bit wider. He has to be mindful here, Jonathan Drakes. He loves to drive. I enjoy the way he drove through the offside field, through mid-wicket as well. So they must notice something there. Get it just a little bit closer. Wasn't a bad delivery. It was outside the line of the off stump. And I think now the second slip, if you can see, is a little bit further in front of the first slip. And it's good thinking here now by Kemal Savory. You don't want to do something, you close the gate when the horse has already bolted. It bolted once, you don't want it to happen twice.
Yeah, there's that shape that's being accentuated as it gets to the gloves of Savory because of that breeze.
Yes, well, I listened to a pilot who studied actually the swing bowling, why these guys are getting it to swing so much. Well, he's a pilot. He talks about turbulence, in the air there. He said the part that is roughed up, there is where turbulence is created because the air spends a longer time on the rough top side and takes it away towards the slip cordon when a right arm fast bowler is bowling.
This one a bit straighter. I wonder how much of that information a legend like the great Malcolm Marshall would have had in the back of his mind. Or he just knew, hey, face the ball this way and I can crack a toe or two swinging the ball in. Another over done, 24 for 2 at the end of 6. And the players have all faced the direction of the presidential suites and the pavilion. The umpire is writing in his book and the bails are off. That will be lunch on day 3. Your assessment of the morning has been thoroughly entertaining.
Well, look, when the Harpy Eagles started to bat today and Barbados Pride got them out for that 382, 6-7 runs, the last 5 wickets provided. Kudos to Barbados Pride. With that 36 lead, with the score 24 for the loss of 2, I think the momentum have swayed back to the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So probably in the balance, probably in the hands of the Pride, probably in the hands of the Harpy Eagles. I leave that up to you, the viewership. And in about 40 minutes time, we will restart with the afternoon session and it promises to be entertainment galore. The 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship.
Well, it's nice to be back here at Providence. This is going to be the session after a lunch with Barbados Pride. Sitting at lunch on 24 for the loss of 2, Drakes on 14, and Reefer on 2. The force ball after lunch, outside the line of the off stump. They were still 12 away from erasing that deficit of 36 on force innings. The Pride, just to repeat what actually happened this morning, the Harpy Eagles, they were bundled out for 382 for 9, losing their last 5 wickets for 67 runs. Isaac Turn did not bat, so they enforced a lead of 36. Hello to you, Sean. With a lead of 36, I think the Harpy Eagles, they have done well. 24 for the loss of 2. They've reduced the Pride at lunch.
Who says white red ball cricket is dead? This was an intriguing first session. Battle of attrition and fluctuating fortunes. Barbados fought back well to dismiss Guyana for their score, but the 2 wickets before lunch put Guyana right back in the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Wow, that's a good short lifting delivery off a very short run for Niall Smith. Normally you'll see him off that long run, rhythmic action coming through, spell some danger, but he has chosen to go with his short run. Maybe, do you think, Sean, the effects of those no ball he delivered in the first innings might have something to do with it, or just doesn't want to put any strain on some nagging injury there?
I don't think the no ball issue has anything to do with it. He has been suffering from a groin injury, and maybe when you have a groin injury, your stride pattern is you don't want it to be firm, and you're tentative. So I think that might be the reason, unconsciously in his mind, that he's gotten a short run now.
Could very well
and
be.
that might be the reason also he's bowling so many no balls.
Well, that was slanted down the leg side, and we have seen some delivery slanted down the leg side from Niall Smith. 24 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, well, this morning when Play Smart started with the Guyanese on overnight 315 for 5, many expected that they would pile on a 400 plus total, close to 500. But that was not to be. The expectations were high that they would have joined Tejan Chandrapal and Imlaking successive seasons of batters scoring 2 centuries in one match. That didn't materialize either. And unfortunately for Kemal Savory, he got to 99. And then he edged the ball off a 4 to the keeper. I think Richards has been doing a very good job behind the stumps in this game. And even when Anderson got to his 100, it didn't last long after he was out for 101. But towards the bottom of the innings, the back end, Ronaldo Mohammed hit some 5 sixes in a cameo. And that was the reason why Guyana reached the target and passed it. And they got the 36 runs lead. But I don't think that was enough. But then Barbados had to bat again, and 2 wickets fell very quickly, Boucher and McCaskey. And McCaskey was one of the 3 half-centurions in the first innings, and that triggered the game in the opposite direction.
A little bit of inward swing from that delivery, played it well, the left-handed Reefer, and gets a single in the process as well. Yes, I do agree with you, and maybe if that chance that Jonathan Drakes gave to Tejan Chandrapal at third slip off the bowling of Niall Smith, it could have been more disaster for the Barbados Pride. They need to just forget about that now, continue to build an innings.
But I don't think it's all over the shop and closed, because this game is still wide open. Guyana, if they allow the Bajans to bat as they did in the first innings, this could be a ding-dong affair for Guyana, because on the last day, Guyana could be bowled out. I still think this game has a result, though.
Yeah, I want to see a result. Either way, you want to
Yeah.
see a result here. Far too good a match to end in a draw. Maybe if it's going to end in a draw, you want to see an exciting finish to it. Whatever. Somebody deserve to win here. Both teams, they have played hard cricket. Mistakes, yes. There are some mistakes that were made, but nothing wrong in making mistakes. These things do happen. It's all part of life. But the competitive nature, matching skills against each other, that is what is standing out.
Mohammed, and that's hit down towards mid-on for a single, and off the mark after lunch. So 25 for 2, and I'm hoping that today was glorious sunshine. We started the day in sunshine. I'm hoping that tomorrow rain doesn't come and spoil the party.
I doubt whether the rains are going to come. The weather prediction for the entire week was made public. They said just some small scattered shower. That should not be able to, create any problem whatsoever. Anderson today, fantastic 101. Kemal Savory was a pity, like Sean said, made 99, didn't get the 3 figures. Raymond Perez, 46. Tejaran Chandapal, 40. And Matthew Nandu, 36. The top half did pretty well in the Harpy Eagles lineup.
And then this man bowling.
Yes, Ronaldo.
Almost a wide. Yes, it is a wide. That was almost on the other pitch.
Yes, Ronaldo, Ali, Mohammed. You mentioned the spanking
Yeah.
6s. That one was real wide. Maybe was thinking at the last moment, should I bowl a slower ball? Lost control of it.
But his third 5 came in quick time, and that aided the Guyana total to lead by 36. This one comes back into the left-hander, but that was also wide, so it didn't trouble the batter at all. But noticeably, it kept a little bit low.
Yes, it did. We have seen some delivery keeping lower than some. That's a second nature we are seeing on this pitch. And I think that was expected. And with Guyana spinners coming into reckoning a little bit later, that's the reason why this partnership is of vital importance.
And they might be forced to come in earlier than they would intended to come. That's another wide. Yes, it's another wide. Because the absence of Isaiah Thorne is a big, big blow for Guyana.
Yes, it is. And I was making the point while myself and Basu, we were on. And with Niall Smith off a short run, then you have lost your next senior man in Isaiah Thorne, whatever injury. But we didn't mention some of the awkward falls he had in the outfield yesterday. You never know. That could tell a bearing on him.
Well, he's a big boy. Big and strong. Like a middleweight boxer.
Much better line delivery this time, Sean.
Yeah, closer to the stumps. Much closer to the stumps. And well played by the batter.
He's in his fourth over. He's picked up 1 for 15. Picked up 2 wickets in the first innings and bowled pretty well. You expect a bowler of his type not to spray it so wide, because I'd hate to think Reefer will want to go at one way on that white line. Well, he has gone for it.
And it kept it down well, down towards backward point. The man on the boundary comes off and does the feeling. So just when you were saying Reefer would not do that, he did that. And so the over is completed, 28 for 2. But Reefer is the most experienced player in this Barbados side. And a lot will depend on him, how he bats, along with the classy Jonathan Drakes, to get Barbados to a big score. And I'm hoping, for the sake of good cricket and as a Guyana fan, that Guyana does not bowl so many free balls. The batters batted well in the first innings, but too many bad balls, except for Luke Knott. And when he got 4 wickets, he was looking for a 5th. So he flighted the ball and he got hit for a couple of 6s. I hope that doesn't happen again.
Oh, well, for the Harpy Eagles, they would not want that to happen. Pride wouldn't mind that happen. The shout of catch it, but all along the ground, down towards fine third man, Reefer.
And Reefer bats in a matured, responsible way. You would not see him go and play a irresponsible hoik or anything like that. Mostly, usually. He might do that the next delivery and make me a fool. But that's how he usually bats. He's a level-headed cricketer, and he also has the experience of playing on this ground. The last time Barbados won, he was on the opposite side. Good delivery again. That one came back and bounced.
Yes,
Well played in the end, though.
Yeah, well played by Jonathan Drakes. And he managed to pivot on the back foot, judged the length, picked up the bounce from the pitch nicely, and kept it down. And the bowling this morning by Barbados Pride, Matthew Ford, none for 44 overnight, came back today and picked up 5 wickets. Was a splendid piece of bowling.
It was a splendid debut match for him in first class cricket on the back of 84, 82, getting 5 wickets. Very outstanding, 5 for 69. To know that he's picked primarily as a bowler, he made 85, 82 in the first innings, top scored, and then came back with the red ball. He's never played a first class match. He's played 8 one-days. Good delivery again from Smith. Good pace and carry to the keeper. Keep him all savory.
Yes, and he's such a good fast bowler, Niall Smith. Showed a lot of promise over the last couple of years that he has been involved in regional cricket. And that was indeed a quicker delivery. Good inside movement there to the right-hander. He's going to be mindful of that, Jonathan Drakes.
Good delivery again. No ball though. Another no ball.
Now, something has got to be done about this, and I think Smith is the one who need to work this out. How do you stop bowling that number of no balls?
I was asking Leon Johnson yesterday down the leg side, and he captained Smith towards the back end of his career after retiring with 6 titles, and he said that in the nets the bowlers are focused on not bowling no balls because they ask one another, did my feet go over? I was asking him if in the nets the bowlers only look at the skills, the swinging of the ball, the spinning of the ball, and so on. Lovely shot, but well stopped in the end by Chandra Paul at cover, limiting the score to 1. And he said that no, they focus on the front foot not going over. So it's amazing to me how Smith is continuing to bowl a lot of no balls. That happened last season also.
Yes, it's something that has plagued him in his entire career. Now, there are 2 different situations, the practice net and the real thing out in the middle. The practice net, I think it's one level, but you come out here now, you tend to run up a little bit more because the pitch is higher than the normal surface that you're having. All these little things can play on you. But he needs to correct that. You put in all the hard work, you're running in very hard, beautiful delivery, you hear the umps telling no ball. Your shoulders will drop.
Yeah, last year both him and Torn had no ball problems. Lovely shot, well stopped inadvertently with his foot. That ball, if that ball had bounced an inch, crashed into his ankle, that would have been goodbye for his career for this year.
And it did crash into the
boot.
The boot.
Yeah, he's lucky it didn't.
Yes, luckily for him. I wonder if he would have been doing some rubbing outside if it had hit him on those shin bones. Show a brave man doesn't rub. Wait until you're coming back. No, that's a good delivery. Well bowled, nagging line and length, and Jonathan Drakes has done well. Defending and defending good.
Yeah, well, he is on 16, Reef is on 5, 32 for 2. The conditions just beginning to get overcast. That's going to be in Guyana's favor. Should be in Guyana's favor.
Well, let's see. But both these guys, Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, to a lesser extent, has been turning the ball. This is a lovely on drive by the right-hander, Jonathan Drakes, out through mid-wicket, and he collects a single. Note, he preferred timing the ball more than going with that full-blooded flick of the wrist through the onside field. He knows the situation. That's important when you could read the game.
And what is slightly disadvantageous to Guyana also is the left-hand, right-hand combination. Means the bowler's got to bowl different lines.
Yes, I do agree with you. Sometimes can be uncomfortable. Sweetly timed once again by Reefer. Now I think something is being worked out here, Sean, with him bowling to Reefer wide outside the line of the off stump. Of course, you mentioned they played a lot of cricket together. They will know something about that.
Yeah, Reefer would know about him, and he would know about Reefer also.
Yeah.
So Reefer likes to drive, and he's taking him wide. Maybe catch to the two slips.
Oh, he's changing the angle.
He's going around the wicket now, and he's again bowling wide, but this time Reefer doesn't play. And that's why 4-day cricket and test cricket is a battle of attrition.
It's a mind game.
Yeah.
And you know, that's a beauty with the longer format. It tests every single thing. It tests your character, your power to concentrate, to analyze situation, to know where the fielders are, what the bowler is trying to do to you as a batsman.
And it's a more patient game, even though test cricket has now gotten a little more attacking with the batsmen up front, but it's still a patient game. Nice line. He passed the test, didn't play.
Yes, he did well. Allow that final delivery in that over to go. 33 for the loss of 2. Reefer has 5. Jonathan Drake season 17. And you look at that scorecard there. 382 for 9, the Harpy Eagles. 101.5 overs. Anderson 101. Savory 99. Matthew Ford 5 for 69. Jair McAllister picking up 2 for 68, the wicket takers.
And that's another good thing I'm impressed with. The overs Ghana batted. They batted over 100 overs. Last year, and well, not last year so much. The previous years, you never saw teams batting so long. And that was the problem. Batsmen don't bat long. So now last year, a lot of centuries were scored. And this year, the batting long issue is continuing.
Yes, and the Pride when they batted in the first innings to 84.2 overs. Very often on the first day you had sometimes two innings already started on the first day, but this is different.
And they almost batted the entire first day. They got out with 3 overs left.
Yes, and you know, and it's good that you mentioned that. That's a nature we want to see in 4-day cricket.
I want to say good afternoon to my friends in New York, Basil Butcher, Lyndon Fraser.
Basil Butcher Jr.
Basil Butcher Jr. Yeah.
I want like the famous Basil Butcher to show up here.
No, he would be frightening if he showed up here. Also, Murph Seram, who is a big commentator in the US. He's a pastor. And I'm sure he's praying for us right now because he says he's watching the feed.
Yes, and I think he's in his Uber. Yeah. That's the job he does out there. You could see him clapping his hands, giving praise and thanks to the Almighty. So the conditions have changed here. There's some cloud cover, some rain in the distance. That's maybe around 30, 40 miles away from here. But the cloud cover.
Nice shot. Open the face. And try to hit it too hard, just steered it, and he gets an easy single.
Yeah, and Jonathan Drake is an elegant player. He stood tall there, judged the bounce well, and just opening the face, full control of the shot.
I like batters like him because my favorite batter, as most people know, is Sir Carl.
Sir Carl.
Yeah.
In Barbados, they used to call him King Carl.
Yeah, because he scored his first-class 100 at Kensington Oval when he was only 18 years old.
Magnificent 126.
From then they fell in love with him.
Yeah, we want to say hello to all our friends in Barbados. Such a wonderful country. Beautiful island, Barbados. Look at that delivery. Some away movement from Smith. Well played by Reefer.
I remember when I went there one time, I got a friend at the immigration office, and she was telling me in a joking way that when Carl Hooper bats in Barbados, he brings out all the Guyanese, the legal ones and the illegal ones. They fly their Guyana flag and they wait for them by the gate.
Oh, this is nicely tickled.
Another no ball.
Yes, and another no ball. Let's see, is it off the pad? Is it off the bat? 4 runs, so he got the touch on it. So he made good use of that no ball.
Yeah, so 5 runs already going into the book off of 1 ball.
Yes, Raymond Reefer looks compact. Looks as though he wants to spend a very, very long time there. I
Yeah.
guess those days are over, Sean, when there used to be that special bench. That was an era gone. We are all people of the West Indies. We're the Caribbean man.
Yeah, I agree.
And I guess too the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados as the over comes to an end. The partnership so far were 32 of 53. And that's a good partnership with the score on 39 for the loss of to Mia Murtley. She has etched her name in the history
Yeah.
of a Guyanese life. The part she played in an important aspect of national lives in Guyana. Hello to you, Honorable Prime Minister. She's well loved across the region as well.
I was not going to say not only in Guyana, but everywhere.
Listen
And,
to some of her speeches
yeah.
at international forum. Spoke with passion and spoke with authority as well. And still, there was a compassionate plea for the rest of the world to listen to us. We might be small, but we are brilliant.
And talking about size, that was one of the reasons that West Indies cricket elevated the West Indian status from 1928 when they played their first test match up to about 2020 or so, because nowadays the players just play for the sake of playing and the money. They don't play with the passion and the knowledge that those past players
Well,
were pioneers and paved the route for them, and they didn't have any money. They just played for the pride of West Indian culture.
Well, I beg to differ with you in parts there, Sean. I think it's not a case where we say that the players played just for the money. Listen,
Not just for. That's one of the reasons why they play.
well, listen to me. Maybe not even one of the reasons to. Listen, everybody at the end of the day, it's a bread and butter
Yes.
thing. It matters. Employment matters, especially in a world that is full of competition today. Families to feed, a shelter for them. And Cricket West Indies understands that. All we are asking, though, there must be some level of balance. If I invest in you, you must be able to give us something back in return. And not necessarily the dollars coming in with a percentage when you play franchise cricket. We are talking about your presence on the cricket field to help build the game for others.
And most of the players who end up getting IPL franchise are the senior players.
And maybe they're the best performers.
Yes, and so we lose our senior players as motivators to the team.
Yes, I mean, there is no way you can compare the population of the Caribbean with places like Australia,
No.
England, India, Pakistan. They have millions and millions. India 1.4, the most populated country in the world. Australia, England, very populated. Now it's beginning to tell, because when the cream of the crop, like you said, are contracted for franchise cricket, we are definitely going to be in trouble harnessing. Look at this 4-day tournament. We are having roughly, let's say, round the figure off, 100 people, 90 odd on contract. And you're talking about 6 million people in the region here. That's relatively a very small amount. That's one of the reasons why spreading the game to every part of our geographical distribution in the region is very essential. You'll have a wider pool.
Again, Mohammed bowls outside the line of the off stump for the 3rd time in a row. Reefer plays no shot, and the over comes to an end. 40 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, and if there is anything we can ask the mighty nations of this world in cricket as far as, yes, their performance and their economies, you know, why not? Look back at the years when West Indies used to bring people to your grounds
Yes.
because of their names, and you used to benefit economically from that. Now we are having a little downturn in some parts of the region. Isn't it time that you look back at us compassionately? I mean, I was telling, I think was Basu, or I can't recall other day gone. India, they're bringing in roughly 70% of all the monies, the television rights. Good looking shot off the body, short rising delivery, and well played by Jonathan Drakes, running close towards the boundary. Look not get there, but another good looking shot. Yes, and you're still asking, you know, for something else. Isn't time that the ICC ensure that West Indies cricket are given the necessary finance? And not only West Indies, we talk in Zimbabwe, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. But these are countries.
Afghanistan.
Well, we'll get back to that as well. Oh, that's a lovely looking shot. But all he's going to get for it, a single, because the man was well placed at backward point.
Is that rain I'm seeing drizzling?
Yeah, I don't think we should worry with that direction. That's the western part of the ground. We should be a little bit worried with what's happening in the east, the build-up there.
That's where you live.
Yes, that's right. You can't stop the rain from Maikoni. It will fall there. It's a farming community. They want it badly there.
Well, when you spoke about all these things, you got to understand the world is not as compassionate as it used to be. Most of the people, not all, there's still some kind, compassionate people, generous. That's a good delivery again, coming back into Reefer from Smith.
Your thoughts on the two-tier system that the ICC, they're contemplating? There's going to be a meeting not long from now.
Well, I would rather the relegation system as we had in Ghana First Division cricket. When you finish a season, the top team from the bottom part goes up and the last team comes down. But if you have a two-tier system, that will damage the test cricket of the lower teams.
Nicely played by Raymond Reefer, opening the face of the bat down towards third man. But I think that's a system they want to work out, where you can move from the second tier to the first tier. How do you think that might affect a region like the West Indies? You imagine world cricket where the West Indies is not among the top bracket playing test
And
cricket?
then you'll have to play against teams like Zimbabwe, Afghanistan, and so on. And then you would not be funded as much as the top teams.
So it simply means the system that they're trying to use might very well disseminate.
Yes, it will be disadvantageous to West Indies. And then I heard some people wanting the territories to go on their own. That will be very difficult because you've got to go through an elevation of about 5 tiers to play ICC Test cricket.
No, I don't believe that we should ever go it alone. We have worked on regional integration at different levels. Short delivery to bring you over to an end. 44 for the loss of 2. Drake's on 22, and Raymond Reefer has gotten 10 from 26. So the partnership continue to build here nicely. And these two, they have weathered the storm. They have surpassed that 36 deficit on first innings. They have gone 8 runs ahead with still 8 wickets standing. I mean, people have their own opinion. My thing is, CARICOM still matters to the region. Yep. It's still a work in progress. Its benefits. Some areas have failed, but I know that our heads of government, they are working towards that. It's difficult for a small country, to go by themselves. I don't think that's not the way to go. That's why I'm particularly happy that at the heads of government conference coming up in Barbados, cricket is again on the agenda, and that's so important. That will happen next month.
Mohammed again outside the line of the off stump, and referee again doesn't play.
Yeah, we must have all our best minds, you know, politicians, administrators, past cricketers, and even some of our present cricketers come to the table. Let's devise a plan. What is best for West Indies cricket? How can we develop it? Infrastructure is a problem. How can we charter a way to create better facilities? Because sometimes when our boys leave here, they go into the foreign world and they see all these modern facilities. You know, they come back, they talk about it.
High shot again, pitched wide. This time he goes for the shot, controls it well, and gets a single out towards the backward point.
Now look at this, Sean. There's that discussion of the two-tier system we're talking about. In the first place, I mean, this is not anything against Afghanistan. They've produced some wonderful players. They don't even have a home territory where you play cricket there. Ireland, maybe just one or two grounds that they have there, and there might be a few others too. So why accept people into a system, and now you're going to say, well, we are going to put you in a second tier? I think the best thing to do is to give a fair distribution of ICC earnings to the different cricketing nations around the world. You can help them develop the game.
I agree with you 100
and you don't after agree with me. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, we have come to that stage, man. How will world cricket be at the top without West Indies?
Nice shot, gloriously hit down towards the boundary for 4. That was a sweet shot. Elegance personified.
Yes, lots of flamboyance in that shot from Jonathan Drakes. He's tall, he's elegant, he leant into it. From the time it left the bat, Loknath had no chance there. Neither Anthony Adams, who is feeling in the covers. We're going to have a double change here in the commentary box.
Yeah, I saw Joel Andrews made a half century yesterday.
I'm happy for the youngster.
I want to say good afternoon to James Trotman and my friend who I stayed with in Antigua.
Yes, Joel. He is a little
Mistress
jewel
Wong.
in Caribbean cricket. Lots of talent, abundance of talent there for the youngster.
His biggest fan is James Trotman.
Wow!
He bowled him. Clean bowls. Excellent delivery. Mohammed has taken his second wicket, and that was a big ball. It came back, plucked out the off stump, and the Drakes is gone after playing that lovely shot.
Yeah, that was an impeccable delivery of the highest order, pitched on the right length. And when you can breach a defensive prod like that, that will tell you how good was that delivery. And that's a huge wicket because Jonathan Drakes, he's settling nicely. Look at it again here on the replay. You can't get it better than that. Came back into the right-hander, the in-swinger this time. What a wicket to get, what a delivery to get that wicket. 49 for the loss of 3. And maybe, Sean, you'll continue to the end of the over and you'll be joined by Basu and then Vinod. That's right.
Yeah, so that was a fantastic delivery. It pitched and it came back. And Drakes had no chance. And he was looking quite good. He was forging a partnership. That partnership was critical for the Bajans. Now that Drakes is gone, but the main man, Rifu, is still there. And we're hoping from a Barbados perspective, all thousands of people in that 166 square mile island of Barbados would be hoping that Rifu, the mature person who has familiarities with Guyana's conditions, take them home.
Yeah, it's a situation, Sean, as I thank you for your contribution over the last half hour or so, you and Inderjeet. It's a situation where someone needs to stand up there now because the Pride, they're under some pressure here at the moment. And the people of Barbados will be concerned because, you know, they love their cricket. So they are effectively 13 for 3, as I say good afternoon to Sean D versus cousin Gerard Basso.
this is the second time I've heard about some family connection and myself here in Guyana. You guys have to show me the roots and the vines that connect me here.
Well, Sean is going to introduce you. Sean considers you. He just pushed away on the offside single. He considers you so much. He's going to take you to meet the legendary Sir Clive Lloyd. End of the over. The 50 is up. It's 50 for 3. Guyana, I dare say, in charge at the moment.
Yes, this tournament where legends are made, it will be an honor if I do get to meet the great Clive Lloyd. He is the first man to win the first 2 men's World Cups. Went to the finals in the third. Niall Smith will continue from the media center end.
It's 50 for 3. And Niall Smith has been good.
It's been a lot better today.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed has been having a fine day, hasn't he?
I was mentioning to Inderjeet, we talk so much about legends being made in this tournament, and we spoke about the 5 from Matthew Ford, and I think
Driving beautifully through the offside. And that will take fielder just close to the ropes and over it now. That's a boundary.
a nice transfer of weight by Kevin Wickham, one of the leading run getters for Barbados in the 2024 edition of the West Indies Championship. This one over pitched by Smith. Just as we were saying, he's done better today. I think he's heard us and he said, I want to offer up a half volley. But Kevin Wickham showing a bit of his touch and class on that occasion.
You know, yesterday, speaking about legends, you asked me a question yesterday about my legend of legends, and survey was not an option. And I did tell you it was C.E.L. Ambrose. Well, he had a good laugh at that.
He goes down, the great Secretly Ambrose goes down as my number one bowler of all times, with Sir Andy Montgomery Roberts right behind him.
Yep. So it's Niall Smith. That's good.
Of course, all these things usually so subjective. Those are my picks.
Well, let me get to a more objective thing. Our stats partner, Spooner's Sports Spotlight, has been working very hard. He has sent me the 99 club. Remember this morning, Guyana's captain, Kemal Savary, was dismissed for 99. Smith, again good. I love the line more than anything that Smith has adopted. He's asking questions. Of course, he got 99 this morning. And the records from 1966, according to Spooner's Sports Spotlight, to present, it has happened 3 times to Devon Smith. The Otley brothers, as Keon and Yannick from Trinidad, has also featured 3 times. And it has happened 6 times at Kensington Oval in Barbados. That's a good delivery. Squeezed away though. And Reefer gets a single. Just to go back, 1966, Basil Butcher got 99, followed by Khalid Charan, Alvin Khalid Charan, Norbert Phillip, Jeffrey Greenwich, Emerson Trotman, Herbert Chang, Colin Worrell Fletcher, Eldine Baptiste, the Leeward Islands all-rounder, Delroy Morgan, Jimmy Adams, Winston Wade Davis, Stuart Williams, Richard Smith, Wakar Park, Philo Wallace. Short. Really getting hold of it. There's a bit of a delay, but he gets home.
He's gone to the wrong end there.
Yep.
Chance was at the non-strikers end. End of the over, 57 for 3. 58 for 3 with
Okay.
that single.
So I continue this list that was sent by our stats partner, Spooner's Sports Spotlight. To present, it has happened 3 times to Devon Smith. which is a Spooner Sports Spotlight. And you have Donwell Hector from the Windward Islands, Sherwin Ganga from Trinidad and Tobago, Jonathan Carter, Kirk Edwards, Jonathan Carter again, Devon Smith, Carlton Bohr at the National Stadium right here in 2013, Keon Otley in 2015, then Devon Thomas, 99 not out, Yannick Otley, 99 not out, Kieran Powell, then Yannick Otley again got another 99, and you add to that Kemal Savory. I want to thank Philip Spooner and Spooner's Sports Spotlight for partnering with us and giving us those up-to-date stats. I'm sure that Spooner will have something coming very soon again for us. 58 for 3 at the moment, and I dare say Guyana in charge. Ronaldo, Adi Mohammed, 5 sixes this morning in 30 odd, and then now 2 for 24.
I think the position that the game is in underscores, as much as we may lament he did not get to the 100, it underscores the significance of the innings that he played. He got the Guyana Harpy Eagles, did Savory, just to the brink of knocking off that first innings deficit. And then the cameo by the man who's bowling now ensured that they got first innings points. So it is emotional. Get to the 100 is a personal stat. Not quite ready. Just losing his run-up, Ali Mohammed. But I think from a team perspective, without his 99, they probably may not have had the lead, and the game would have had a different outlook at the present moment. I do remember one of those though. I remember the Clayton Lambert.
Very good delivery there again. So Barbados, they lead by 22. What do you feel might be a good target here?
Given the way that we've seen Matthew Ford and Shama Holder in particular operate, I think a 150, 175.
Down the leg side, clipped away neatly.
I think 150 to 175 can be competitive, given the fact that
Misfield. Yep. Well, I think this pitch continues to play well for the batsmen, so I may want to add 50 or so to that.
of course we haven't seen any of the spinners yet to really ascertain if there has been enough deterioration that assists the spinners.
Whoa! Did he touch it? The Guyanese don't seem to think that he touched it. It was a brilliant delivery though. Raymond Reefer.
Right old steer from...
In fact, it's Kevin Wickham who is facing.
Right old steer from Ali Mohammed. Just spoke of Kirtley Ambrose. He would be proud. He had probably one of the meanest steers in the game.
Two straight. Lovely shot. Wickham will go back for 2 here.
Yeah, lovely transfer of weight. Not falling over too much. Good control. Able to put it into the gap. And keep it all along the ground. Kevin Wickham, one of those elegant type players, has already tasted success at first class level, having gotten to some significant scores in the 2024 edition. Struck on a pad.
Not out, says the umpire. Let's have a look at that.
I think there may have been some bat involved here. End of the over as well. 62 for 3 at the end of the over. Probably on height.
Yep. Good delivery though. Mohammed bowling 2 lovely deliveries in that over. So the summary of the game, Barbados 346.62 for 3.
Just as he comes, he's going to change at the media center, and he's taking Niall Smith out of the attack. Just a mention of a spin. And you were mentioning Niall Smith doing better today. Just a couple no balls as opposed to his first innings effort. And what himself and Ali Mohammed have done well, and it follows in the footsteps of Chamar Holder and Matthew Ford. They've bowled in straighter lines today. And they've been aided by that easterly breeze. It seems like the breeze has not gone away since we've arrived here this morning.
Well, I think since we arrived in Guyana a couple of days ago.
So that breeze aiding with just a bit of shape and outswing to right-handers from this end. Here is the legend of our first-class tournaments in the Caribbean, Versamy Purmall. So the first sighting here of a spin in the second innings.
Tell you something, so the veteran Purmall, he's going to look to put pressure here on a man who knows a lot about him, Reefer. Tell you something, Gerard, you said about 175. I said I would like to add 50 to that, just for safety. And a man who I have a lot of respect for in terms of knowing cricket. He has studied cricket. He has traveled the world with the West Indies team as their media manager. So he knows a thing or two. Of course, his brother was Livingston Pockering. And that's the man, Philip Spooner. He agrees with me. He says that Barbados needs between 225 to 250. So when Philip Spooner says something like that, I tend to bow to superior knowledge. Oh, that's a good delivery. It squared him up.
Not going to get to the boundary though. And this though is why I erred on the side of just about 175. The spinners are like a Purmall. They now have those bowlers' footmarks to the left-handers, and the ball misbehaving a bit.
Well, it's not very pronounced at this point in time, but I take your point. It may get more pronounced as the match progresses. And that's a medium pace delivery there from Purmall. He's mixing it up.
Of course, this is a funny old game. With the 3 wickets already down and nowhere near any substantial lead. Guyana may come in the second innings and capitulate. You just mentioned the great Sir Curtly Ambrose having a good laugh at your choice of him as your legend of legends. I don't think anyone thought that England would have been bowled out for 46.
Well, they were, weren't they?
End of another over, 65 for 3.
So Ali Mohammed is going to continue. I would have gone for Look North instead of Purmall at this point in time. Purmall hasn't been at his best. And with 3 wickets down, you want to attack. I thought that Look North is a better attacking option at this point in time. Gives the ball air. There is, of course, a turn on the track. Maybe slow turn, but there is turn.
He was the one that created the initial breakthroughs in that first innings.
Driving nicely. Runs here for Reefer. Perez slides and pulls it back in. Just two though.
It's all a learning process for Kemal Savory as the captain. First time that he has taken the reins of the Harpy Eagles. Probably wanting to lean more on the side of experience. For Sammy Pumal with just a tad bit more experience than Lucknoth. Trusting in his elder statesman, if you will.
Driving again, square. There's some acreage to be covered, and they go back for two. Smith fumbles.
Of course, a pleasant good afternoon going out to Mr. Assam Basarath and Dr. Kishore Shallow, President and Vice President of Cricket West Indies.
Outside the off stump, allowed to go by.
I'm one, Vinu, that has been impressed with their tenure at the helm of Cricket West Indies.
And they've brought a lot of positives, haven't they? Things just don't change overnight, but you look at indicators and you look to where they're pointing things and you appreciate the work so far.
Not to mention they are very fun to be around.
Well, you know those guys better than me, so I'll take your word for it. It's going to be Ali Mohammed. Driving nicely through the onside. That's 4. That's a beautiful shot. It's a gorgeous shot.
We saw one from Wickham, a transfer of weight, not falling over too much, being able to control the shot. Now Reefer as well. Just a slide of that front leg just to get it out of the way. Bring
The
hands
key
through.
is that he kept a still head.
I love the use of his wrists as well to get it into the gap. So easily some of our players go with hard hands and it ends up at mid-on.
It's always good to keep a still head. And that is what he did. You have to understand something, Gerard. I don't know if you put a study on it. The human eyes works like a camera. So if you keep moving it, there could be distortion. There could be blurry vision at times. You keep it still and you see the ball beautifully, as Reefer did there. Smith.
This time straight to mid-on, a little bit more harder in the hands, turning the wrist.
Always important to keep a still head. Like my good friend out of Barbados there, David Fitzpatrick McDonald Harris. Wasted delivery there by Ali Mohammed. A tired delivery, if I dare say so. He has been wonderful, hasn't he? And at 73 for 3 at the end of the over. I think when Reefer saw that, he didn't know if to laugh, if to play at it.
He eventually swayed out of the way.
Of course, Reefer will be good friends with all these guys here. Reefer played for a number of years in that purple patch that was orchestrated and engineered by Leon Johnson.
We had the honor of having him here yesterday with us, but
He should be back. And, we were speaking yesterday, and I told Leon I was very disappointed because the last test match Leon Johnson played, he got a score in both innings, total 98 runs against South Africa, in South Africa. I was never chosen again. And he was opening at a point in time.
I tell you though, when he got into the commentary booth yesterday, he still looks quite fit and ready. He looks like he can still be playing.
But when Leon came yesterday, I offered him tea, which was a lovely drops, as we call it in Trinidad. I don't know what they call it here. and but it's a dessert. And he said, "Man, I can't allow my wife to see me eating this. She wants me to stay in perfect shape." And my brother, he looks in perfect
Yeah,
shape.
he does.
Leon looks as if he can walk out there and play still. But he has moved on to greater and better things, I'm told. It's deep in his crease this time. So Wickham will be leaning on the experience of Reefer in these conditions here.
Raymond Reefer has gone along his business well, 23 from 41. Wickham scoring quite quickly, doing well to keep the scoreboard moving over. They know that although the scoreboard says 73, they are essentially, as you said, just 37 runs ahead. Good deliveries here from Pumol, as we always expect from him to be wicket to wicket. Finding good lengths, drawing the batters forward. Driven past the outstretched hand, it won't get to the boundary. There's a man at a long off who will come around and do the fielding. A couple of runs in the interim, increasing their lead ever so slightly as they go along. Of another Versami Pumol over. 75 for 3 now.
It's a bit of a recovery here. And I've gotten my wish. Here comes Richie Lucknott, man who has created some damage in Trinidad at the Marching Patriots Club in Central.
Will start to Reefer with a slip on a forward short leg.
Well, Lucknott will be looking to have a better day because he had a naught this morning. So he'll be looking for wickets now. Remember, he's on first class debut here for Guyana. Cut away beautifully with the precision of a surgeon into the boundary for 4.
Nice transfer of weight from Raymond Reefer. Just a press forward, getting across, covering the line. And again, the use of the wrist from Raymond Reefer, and that still head you talked about. And picking the gap backward of point.
What he did there, Gerard, he played that ball after it passed him. So he was able to get it into the gap between point, cover point, and backward point.
He goes along here, Raymond Reefer, he looks to be more comfortable.
He's looked smooth as Harvey's Bristol cream since coming in. You couldn't have told that his team was under pressure. As my great friend Philo Wallace says, it's like Harvey's Bristol cream down to the very last drop. .79 for 3. Pressure applied. You can see Perez there at forward short leg. I've enjoyed this match. It's been a keen game. An appeal. Not out, says the umpire. His back leg was anchored though.
Yeah, not too far away from the edge either.
So it's the end of the first hour. After lunch, we make our exit and we welcome the men from the land of many waters. The man himself, Sean Divas, and of course, Inderjeet Prasad.
Yes, the battle at the National Stadium at Providence is about to be continued just after a short water break. Very hot out in the middle, despite the cold conditions around the ground. But it apparently, because of the sun streaming down, a little bit comfort zone there for the cricketers. A good start by Veerasammy Permaul just outside the line of the off stump. Hello to you, Sean.
Hello to you, Inderjeet, and to everyone listening, especially in the Maikoni community,
Yes,
where they love rain.
that's right. Rain is good. We feed the world, farming community. Given generous flight this time, 79 for the loss of 3. McCaskey was LBW to Ronaldo Ali Muhammad, he made 1. Lanico Boucher bowled by Niall Smith for 5. And then Jonathan Drake's brilliant delivery from Ronaldo Ali. And he's constructing this innings very nicely indeed.
He's already got 3 first class 50 hundreds and 2 50s. So that means that he could bat, even though he's young.
Yeah, definitely. I think following his career at the under-19 level, then he made the Barbados first class team. He's a very, very good youngster. Somebody who actually you feel can go all the way. Here's a drive that's gone through the cover, and they will just collect a single. I like the feel here for the left-handed reefer. You're protecting the boundary. You're giving him the singles once it's floated wide outside the off stumper. So here is where the length of Richie Loknath, the off spinner, will have to be spick and span.
You just got to pull back the length a little bit, shorter than the driving length, and he's got to turn it past the left-hander.
Yes, not big turn we're seeing here from Richie Loknath. You have just beginning to work up some energy.
And that one went the other way. Took the outer half of the bat down to its backward point. But the pace of Loknath is what I'm most impressed with. Changes the space, he bowls mostly slow, and then he gives you the faster ball, the flipper, got the arm ball. So the over is completed, 82 for 3, and Barbados trying to fight back.
Let's just recall what transpires in the first innings. 346 for 10. Barbados all out. Matthew Ford 82. Jonathan Drake's 70. Good innings by both of them. Loknath 4 for 69. Ali Muhammad picked up 2 wickets as well. That was on the first day of play.
Ali Muhammad was forced to open the bowling today with the absence of genuinely quick Isaiah Turn, former West Indies youth fast bowler. And he produced the goods, bowled very well.
I think it was a very, very good spell indeed. There's no question about that.
And bowling is not his first forte. He's a batter. He's a batting all-rounder.
Yes, and he likes bowling, however. He doesn't back away from anything. Hasn't done badly. Relished the opportunity that he has gotten.
And he's got a quick bouncer. He's not fast, but his bouncer is quick.
Yeah, yes, we would have seen those bouncers.
And he's a very confident young man. You see him bowl for GCC.
Taking on the pad. There's a loud shout there for leg before. Sammy Pamal. Hands akimbo.
But that pitch may be just outside the line of the leg stump. Marginally.
Oh, we
Let's
should.
see. Yeah.
It was a big shout. There's a forward short leg and a solitary slipper. Keeping just a little bit low, but the slow nature of the pitch allows the right-handed Wickham to read it well.
That was quick and fast. And straight. That's much better. That's where you want. The line has to be a little more to the offside, but the length and the flight was ideal.
That's unfair, Sammy Pamal. That trademark crossing of the arms when he felt, oh, how close was that?
Bad delivery on the line of the leg stump again. And he hasn't got a backward square. The man from long leg has to run across his left to do the fielding.
Yes. 83 for the loss of 3 wickets.
He hasn't bowled as well as he would have liked in this match, but this is just the first match and he's got a wealth of experience. He's got 638 first-class wickets and he's the leading wicket taker in the regional tournament, regional first class, and he's played at this level for 18 years.
Yes. And that will tell you about the character of the man, Virasamy Pamal. Loud shout for a leg before they are not out, says umpire Nigel Duguid. I thought that one was pitched outside the leg stump as well. We shall see on the replay here, Richie Loknath. Well, it was going further down the leg side too. So I think it was the extra spin.
Yes, and sometimes the extra spin foils your plan to get a wicket.
Yes.
But most times the extra spin aids the plan to get a wicket, especially if we were bowling to a left-hander.
I said he's done a good job on debut here, Richie Loknath. Tossing it up down the track, and that's hammered. That's gone a long way. That's going to be a maximum. Well played, Kevin Wickham. Sweet shot.
Nice use of his feet also. That's another thing I'm missing in the West Indian batsmen nowadays. Lack of use of the feet. And he did it well there. Hit it for 6.
Yeah, Sean, you played the game. How is it important using your feet to the spinners?
Well, you throw them off target. They're afraid now to go up in the air if you continue to use your feet. And you have to pull your length back or bowl a little quicker.
And it gives you an opportunity at the same time to kill whatever spin there is.
Because you don't just use your feet to hit the ball. You could use your feet to cover the spin. Defensive shot down the track, play the ball. And Andy Jackman, who is one of the best users of his feet, he used to tell me that no matter how much big turn you get, once the ball hit the pitch, it can't turn. And so he used to use his feet.
Yeah, I remember seeing him. He was a very fine cricketer. 90 for the loss of 3, Wickham 22. And certainly he's playing his role. Niall Smith, 1 for 33, and the other wicket taker, 2 for 36, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
I think this is the best spell I've seen from Ronaldo. Bowled very well, bowled good lengths. And when Reefer came, he carried it wide. He knew Reefer was a good driver, and he would not want to leave alone too many balls. He likes to feel the bat on the ball, and he stretches for those drives. But he controls them pretty well.
I would like to see Reefer drive on the roadways of Guyana and see what it looks like. Appeal for a leg before. Not out. Once again, might very well doing too much there.
Yes, and to the left-hander, he has to start the ball a little wider. Outside the off stump or on the off stump.
Yes, and because he started here on the middle stump and it was going further down, well, it was clear. This time he's tickling.
Line.
Gets a little bit of edge onto that one. Well played by the left-handed Reefer, and they'll come back and complete 2. Just straying a little and making him pay.
And one of Reefer's favorite shots to spin is the sweep. We haven't seen any of that yet. He loves to cover drive, square, and sweep. And on drive.
Yes, 92 for the loss of 3, and the Reefer with those 2 going up to 31 from 53 deliveries. He's playing a good little hand here.
Quicker delivery. Forward comes Reefer. Reefer's only got 1 first-class century, but he's got 23 50s.
Yes, and has been around for quite some time.
Yeah, primarily a left-arm seamer. All-rounder. Nice shot, nice use of his feet. And he didn't try to overhit the ball, he just caressed it out towards the wide mid-off. Got an easy single.
Yes, and used his feet nicely, covered everything there, and then stroked it away down towards Anthony Adams at extra cover, knowing fully well there is going to be a single. So that's intelligent cricket you're watching.
make a delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Has to be careful when you're playing those kinds of shots
Yeah,
to
too
the
close
left
for him
arm
to
spinner.
cut. The
You-
arm ball would knock out his off stump. And another benefit of using your feet, if you've got the close infielders on either side and you pass them, then the ball could inside edge hit your path and you're already there. Nobody can catch you.
Yes,
But Lambert used to chip with the batter.
So that's the conclusion of another over. It's a 93 for the loss of 3. And over the years, we have seen so many excellent players of spin in the region. Harpy Eagles today, like I said, 382 for 9, a lead of 36. Ford 5 for 69. McAllister 2 for 68. And now the Pride, they are 93 for the loss of 3. Good battle going on out in the middle. You
Yeah.
mentioned Andy Jackman. Brian Lara, one of the best that ever played, played spin. And a genius of a cricketer. Alvin Kalicharan, he was excellent at playing spin as well.
Yeah, he used to read the ball in the air. Which direction it swung, that's the direction it will turn.
Yeah, he has a brand new book out, Alvin.
Yeah. Colorblind, it's called. But not because he's colorblind. He says the concept of his book is when he played cricket, he never looked at race, creed, color, religion, political affiliation. We were all one. So that he was colorblind.
Yes, and it also brought out a few stories that
Yeah.
actually many people would not have known about until you read his book.
Yeah, how he came from the small village of Port Marat and now lives in England. Well, he's now in the United States of America. Lived for many years in England where he played county cricket. And that's another thing that is absent today, the access to county cricket.
There's just a few Caribbean players that are playing county matches.
Yeah, I think Kimar Roach is one of them. The last from Guyana, I think, was Sarwan.
And that in itself built West Indian cricketers.
Yeah, that was a finishing school for the West Indian cricketers.
Yeah.
Ideal conditions. Despite what level you played, you could play minor league, Premier League, county, but you're bowling and batting in the same conditions. The climatic condition doesn't change. A shot, good stop there by Luke Knott. And the over comes in at 93 for the loss of 3.
And the county cricket, Sean, also presented an opportunity for professionalism.
Right, it gives you an income.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you work hard on your game. You had to obey the rules and the regulations. Time is time.
Yeah.
You had to be there. But there's another thought to it as well. I mean, nobody could ever hide the goodness of inter-county cricket in England, what it did for West Indian players.
Yeah.
But at the same time, too, you had to have had certain real good standards before you were contracted to play in the county cricket.
Yeah, but anybody, well, not anybody, but you don't have to have those high standards to go and play league cricket in England. And that is where most of the youngsters should go. But they go to America. America cricket is on the up. They got the Open and all of these things. But America rarely plays first class cricket. Very few times. Most.
They played in the olden days.
Yeah, but now they still play first class cricket, but rarely. They concentrate on T20 and ODIs. Same thing with Canada.
Catch it is the sound out in the middle there.
Came off the pad.
Yes.
But sometimes the umpire, you gotta give a hard shout and make him jump. But these two umpires, Raj Kumar from Trinidad and of course test umpire Nigel Duguay, they're high standard umpires, so they wouldn't get befuddled by an appeal.
Yeah, they're not going to jump around whatsoever.
No.
They know their job. One of the good things about the United States of America, the infrastructure
Yeah.
that they are putting in, whether it's makeshift, whether it's permanent, and with the diaspora out there in the United States. of recent. Well, looking there, well, not out is going to be the call there, but a terrible mix-up.
He didn't know the ball where the ball was going, and he saw his partner coming down, so he responded. And then when he looked and he saw the ball was just there,
Yeah,
then he
Reef actually.
aborted the idea of going for a single.
Yeah.
Luckily, in time.
Yes, so everything ends well there for the two of them. They have to be careful with that. In very tight situations, you just don't want to give a wicket away.
Still 93 for 3. Reasonably good strike rate though.
Yes, so at 93 for the loss of 3, this is a good recovery taking place here. And I like the way they are constructing this partnership. The running between the wicket has been good with the exception of that one little mix-up. And Kevin Wickham continues to grow in confidence. Raymond Reefer, his natural ability to stay there. Now, onto the back foot this time. Richie Loknott, the right arm off spinner. Yeah, little oohs and ahs again. Outfoxed once again, but he kept it down. Raymond Reefer goes away down toward short backward square, and they get the single. So some things are happening here. Harpy Eagles badly need to break this partnership, and the Pride, they're doing a fine job out in the middle.
So Loknott had a mixed bag on his debut, but he's primarily an off spinner, but he can bat also. Got a first ball duck. This is the second time in regional cricket he's got a first ball duck. In the Super 50, a couple of years ago, Sunil Narain got him out for first ball duck. This is the first time he's made the first class team.
And has good concentration levels out in the middle.
Yes, and he's willing to learn, listens.
Yes, just misjudged the length of the delivery this time from Richie Loknott, looking for the expansive sweep shot.
Plays for Everest in Georgetown. Plays also on the West Demerara cricket there. That ball spun and looked to drive into the offside, hit the inner half of the bat, and luckily for him it didn't go in the air. Well taken, knocked down by forward short leg.
That was a brilliant delivery. Look at it. It spun, perhaps the delivery spun the most in his entire spell of bowling. That was brilliantly done. Well, he's trapped on the pad in front of the stumps, and he knows that Kevin Wickham, umpire Nigel Duguid, had no hesitation. It kept low. That's the danger. When you're going to be planted on the back foot very often, he paid the penalty. Look at it, kept pretty low indeed, and came back with the spinning fingers there. And Richie Loknott has picked up another wicket. It's now 94 for the loss of 4.
He has bowled the best for Guyana in this whole match. His tees in flight, quicker ball when necessary, variation of pace, and he's reaped the rewards of his good bowling. He's got 5 wickets now in the match, and that's the 4th wicket down, so he has a chance of getting 11 wickets in the match. First class match, 11 wicket haul. That one spun and kept a bit low, but it was more outside the line of the off stump, so it didn't miss the leg stump.
Yes, and the good thing is that Kevin Wickham realized that he was trapped in front, and he just walked away in grace. Looked good while he was there. It's an early season for him, the first match. He still has 6 rounds to go after this one to amend thing. But while he was there, you can see the talent of the youth. But the Harpy Eagles are right back here again. Look at it on the replay. Brilliant stuff by Richie Loknott. And this is what spinners should do. Very often you hear, here is a spinner that's going to be bowling, and all you see is slow bowling. But here is an off spinner who's actually spinning the ball, and that's refreshing to see.
And even in Pakistan, the commentators were saying that the West Indian spinners bowled too quickly, didn't give the ball enough air, enough time to grip and turn, except Warrican. He bowled with ideal pace, and he said that he had to figure that out during the tour.
And that's good. That's smart cricket. You talk to yourself. I mean, nobody can do it for you. You have to do that. And in the end, he was very, very successful.
Yeah, even Moti now, who started as a nice flighty bowler, and he's bowling a bit too quickly now.
And you talk about Warrican. Juiceman, who has always been at the cricket grounds here in Guyana, he said the man's name is not Warrican. The man's name is War He Can.
Yes, War he can, and he did.
Yes, decimate Pakistan in that last test match. And in the first test match as well. So it's been a good tour for Jomel Warrican. Happy for him. You could see the smile, you know. It make you get some goosebump when you see West Indies win a test match.
And when you see the smile on the faces of the players, you know that they've done something well.
It's a good tour for many of our cricketers there, drawing that series against Pakistan. Good delivery by Virasamy Pramal. Love the flight in that one. It was way back in 1990. Some, how much? 35? 34 years? Well, thought Pramal could have done better with that one than allowing the single. Every runs count in a very keenly contested match, and just don't want to give away those singles. You subtract that 36 from the 95, it will tell you Barbados, they are in some sort of trouble here at Providence in their second innings. Squaring up Reefer this time, onto the back foot as he defends. 96 for the loss of 4. Reefer is carrying the fighties on 34.
And he's the main man now. If he goes, then Guyana would be well and truly in control. And that's with no disrespect to the others to come. But he's the main man. He's got the temperament. He's got the knowledge of Guyanese conditions and the players. And he's got the ability to bat.
Yes. So we're going to have a double break here. Vinud along with Basu, they're going to take it.
Thanks a lot. So Indar and Sean working very hard to get that breakthrough. Is there another one here? Not out, says the umpire. As I say good afternoon to Jared Basso. Pride losing 4 wickets.
Hello, Vinod. Hello, everyone. And, he continues to impress this young chap, Ricky Luknath. His first delivery, we were on commentary, it was a bit short and wide, and since then he's corrected and gotten it wicket to wicket, if you will, and found good areas. And he's gotten a reward for it, picking up a wicket along the way.
Tapped away, runs here. Nandu cuts it down to 1. So they effectively here, Barbados 60 for 4.
And even with the wickets falling, importantly, you said he looked smooth.
Rules beaten. Loud appeal. The umpire is unmoved. Let's have a look at that again.
That is as close can be, probably.
Definitely no edge there.
I think they appealed more on hearing a noise, and it was Reefer's bat hitting his boot on the ground.
But the ball, good decision by the umpire. The ball passing way past Reefer's bat. Reefer's bat was at Kensington Oval and the ball was on Baxter's Road.
You said he's looked smooth, Reefer, as he picks up another single. And even with the fall of a couple of wickets, well, 1 wicket this session, he's continued to soldier on. 35 he's on now, 98 for 4 at the end of another over.
With Looknat, there's always the possibility that something can happen. He's had an impressive debut, hasn't he?
He has, I think, only his batting not troubling the scorers,
yes,
but
I should say with the ball.
but I don't think he should be worried. That's just 1 innings of a possible 14 innings in the tournament. Jewel Andrew got duck in the first innings for Leeward Islands, and in the second innings he got a half century. So there's always chance to improve. Versami Pumal continues. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but what Pumal has done is he's been very economical. As we see a couple balls starting to keep just a tad low.
Man with over 500 wickets. Just like to add 2 at least to that. If they can get 2 quick wickets here again.
Yeah, I think 2 wickets puts them fully in control. Maybe Savory may want to get another fielder close in. Create just a bit more pressure on the batters.
Played back along the track.
That time of the game where it's almost evenly poised. Another over going by, another economical one from Versami Pumal. Maiden, in fact, a 98 for 4. He's continued to just create pressure by drying up the runs. That time of the game where the batting team is watchful and the bowling team on the prowl, hunting for another wicket. These are the ebbs and flows of the red ball format. Struck on the pad. There's no question about that. He was on the back foot and struck plumb in front. Umpire Duguid raising the finger. Another one in the bag for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Look north. Look at this. Oh, Stevie Wonder would have given that.
Or maybe Ray Charles.
Yes. So it's all happening here. Reefer stands between Guyana and Barbados.
You were calling for 2 wickets to the score. They always say add 2 wickets to a score, it looks different. You've gotten 1, Vinod. And Lucknow continues to impress.
Well, Ford comes in. He had an 80 odd in the first innings. So let's see his approach. When he came in the first innings, there was also a need to repair the innings, and he did it with the forthright methods.
Yeah, one of those players that you hear people talk about, that he likes pace on the ball, but that 80, he advanced well to the spinners, used his feet well to the spinners, and played some lovely lofted shots in that innings. In fact, that ended up being his Achilles heel, because that's how he got out. He advanced at the spinner, missed the ball, and was eventually stumped. So showing great dexterity in his first innings, Matthew Ford. Would be a bit high on confidence as well, because added to that half century is his fifer. So the pressure has been created from one end. Economical bowling from Versamy Purmall at the media center end. And from this pavilion end, it is wickets for Richie Lucknow.
A bit low. New man in, Matthew Ford. So we're down to the all-rounders now. I think there's value in putting a silly middle, adding the pressure, or putting in a leg slip with the ball turning.
I think when you're on top in the format, this format of the game, definitely with wickets falling, creating that pressure has great value. And even at the fall of the wicket, gentle appeal from Savory. Even at the fall of the wicket, just as the delivery was going to be bowled, Savory called in his fielders. The long on went in, the long off went in.
I think what Savory wants here is for Ford to try to go over the top. But I think Ford needs to play situational cricket. And of another over, 98 for 5.
And one of those situations is being aware of the environment, being aware of the conditions. I think since last we were on commentary, the ball has started to misbehave just a little bit more than it did when they came back out after lunch. So more and more deliveries just keeping low. 98 for 5. It is Purmall who's going to continue from that media center end.
Need to use his feet here, Rifa. Getting to the pitch of it.
The theatre of this longer format of the game, you can just feel and you can hear coming through the stump mics all the voices, not just from on the field but in the dugout. And you know that something is about to give. You see the advancing down the track by Reefer, wanting to stamp some authority on the game. wanting to transfer some of that pressure back onto the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The voices get louder.
That's good. That's good here. Keeping the pressure on, as you say, Basu.
One delivery to go. Running the over. His previous over was a maiden over. And he go 2 on the trot. Advancing his reefer, but to no avail. Another maiden over from Versami Pumol, the wily veteran. And the score remains at a 98 for 5. Sputtering of fans, and good to see the little ones, the young ones coming in, get them knowing the game from an early age. 62 runs now the lead for the Pride. Still quite some time to go in the day's play as Richie Look North continues. Nice flight from the young man. Struck away in the air, straight to the man at a long on. It's Ali Mohammed down there at long on, and he's letting the dugout know who is on top in this one.
That's a big wicket. Ford couldn't resist. And there was Ali Mohammed, followed by a little jig. So 98 now for the loss of 6. As I said, 2 wickets.
You've gotten your 2 wickets.
Yep.
And I was just about to mention to you that I like what I was seeing from Richie Lucknott. He's been using the crease well. The ball before was where he would normally bowl from. This one came in a little closer to the stumps, which helped him bowl a little bit straighter to Matthew Ford. And then the flight that he's been giving the ball, he tricked him into that shot, if you will. Chime Holder will come to the middle. He had a valuable 30 odd in the first innings that helped the Barbados Pride to get over 300 in their first innings.
Ill-advised shot there from Matthew Ford. Shem Holder will be looking to lend support to his captain. That's all he has to do. Barbados up against it here at the moment. 98 for the loss of 6.
Three wickets now to Richie Lucknott.
Lucknott continues to enjoy this game with the ball. So let's see how Shem Alexis Holder goes against him. Again, you can see him tossing the ball up, attacking.
He's giving it a right old rip. Here's Lucknott.
Generous flight.
And that's what you want. You want to bring them on, the batters on the front foot, get them coming forward.
Struck on the pad. That looks good. Let's have another look at that. Well, well, well. Definitely going down the leg side. To the naked eyes, it looked as if it was going to crash into the stumps. The turn working against Lucknow on that occasion. A generous turn, that is. Ooh. This is excellent bowling. He held that one back a little bit. And it's the end of the over, the end of it. 98 for 6, the men from Barbados.
Wicket maiden to the man Richie Lucknow.
4 for 69 in the first innings and 3 for 15 in the second. And limited knowledge of math tells me that's 7 for 84.
Yeah, he might with 4 wickets still to go, he might harbour thoughts of 10 wickets in a match. Joshua Bishop has already done that. 7 in the first innings and the 3 earlier in the day versus the Leeward Islands. That's for the West Indies Academy. The lead is still just 62 runs. I think Javid Leacock and the spinners for the Pride will be sitting in the dugout. They should be taking some notes. For Sammy Pumal, right on those bowlers' footmarks and the follow through.
You can see he's looking to hit those. Very hard to come by now.
Pumal as well, just showing a bit of flexibility in his approach, getting a little bit closer in on the stumps there that time. This time they will get the single easily down to long on. So no third consecutive maiden for Pumal on this occasion, but the pressure still being applied. Slip on forward, short leg, short extra cover. Short third man. There's that man at short extra cover. Beaten. A lovely delivery from Versami Pumal.
A lot of turn. He slowed that one down and he was able to get a lot of turn. 99 for 6.
Here's Richie Lucknow. I think he's going to get a very extended spell. Is Lucknow. He's done well. Punched away off the back foot from Reefer. get off strike now. Holder still not yet off the mark. Will get his chance to face up to Richie Looknorth. This one outside edge of the bat.
Going back, that's a dangerous option here against Looknorth. 100 is up.
Hula finally off the mark. So the end of another over. 101 now on the board. 101 for 6. Just to the man at extra cover. The young chap, Junior Sinclair, on the field. Of course, Isai Thorne picking up an injury and was unable to bat. And also not in the field now, so he's not going to have a bowl either. Just out of the reach, you think. Inside edge, just pass forward, short leg.
So Barbados somehow they have to eke out at least another 100 runs here, 125 again to stand a chance.
Loud appeal, the finger goes up. So this time Versami Purmall has his man, and he's toiled long and hard, has the wily old veteran Versami Purmall. He's bowled his heart out, and you knew it would not be long before Versami Purmall got his name in the lights and entered a figure in that wickets column. 10 overs and just 15 runs, and now finally has a wicket. And as all the players walk side by side facing the pavilion, towards the pavilion, that wicket will bring an end to the second session on day 3. A session that you would think definitely belonged to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They have picked up 5 wickets in the session, and they've restricted that lead to just 67 runs. At tea, the Barbados Pride 102 for 7. The West Indies Championship 2025, where legends are made.
hello there, wherever you are. A pumped up Harpy Eagles team, they're taking their place out in the middle after the tea session, and certainly they're in an excellent position to continue pile on the pressure against Barbados Pride. 102 for the loss of 7 of just 36.5 overs. They have catapulted here at the National Stadium after promising so much. At lunch it was 24 for the loss of 2. Drake's was then on 14 and Raymond Reefer on 2. Still 12 away from the 36 to wipe off that deficit. Well, after then it began to go downhill. Jonathan Drake's bowled by Ronaldo Ali Muhammad for 26. Kevin Wickham, LBW Richie Loknot 22. Demetrius Richards, LBW Richie Loknot 2. Matthew Ford caught Muhammad of the bowling of Richie Loknot for 0, and the last one going with 1 ball remaining before the tea interval. Reefer was LBW to Pramal, giving him his first wicket in this innings. He went for 37, 102 now for 7. We are about to witness Pramal with his final delivery to complete this over. Driving down towards short cover, Chimar Holder can't score. The over's been completed. Hello to you, Sean.
Well, good afternoon to you and good afternoon to listeners wherever you are. Barbados lead by 6-6. They've got just 3 wickets in hand, and this game could end today.
Very much so. It can happen, but you know, they say back yourself when you are against the wall. Stand up and fight. And maybe this is something that can motivate the Barbados Pride team. The Harpy Eagles will still have to pick up 3 wickets. And who knows, sometimes small totals chasing them down. You remember, Sean, both of us were here when Barbados...
Smith,
yes.
6 wickets.
Barbados, yes, really tore into Guyana. They were looking for how many? 6 or 7 for victory?
Yeah, and we're bowled out for 6-6. And you said you wanted the match to go down to the wire.
Yes, when I said down to the wire, I mean at the end of the 4th day, not 3 days, John.
Yeah, and I remember that game. We did commentary from the old media center, and there was Smith wrecking through the Guyana batting. That's Dwayne Smith, mind you, not Devon Smith, who scored 399s out of the 33 times achieved 99 scores.
Yes, I remember that match very well. Dwayne Smith, some real big outswingers here.
Luke North, who's bowled very well so far. Again, another fantastic delivery, just pitching on the line of the off. Some nice loop, and that's what most impressed me with his bowling in both innings. His loop, his flight, the dip, like an old-time off-spinner. Solitary slip, forward short leg. A man at the short fine leg, almost 45. And there's Luke North.
Yes, and Sean Basu, our dear brother from Trinidad and Tobago, just mentioned to me from this over, 36 overs remain in the day's play.
Yes.
And that's a lot of cricket still remaining.
Yes, a lot of cricket. Again, my editor, Mr. Horatio, good afternoon to you. You'll be disappointed. But the fans wouldn't be disappointed. The more cricket, the better. And the sun is out in all its glory, so there's no thought of bad light stopping play again.
Well, you never know.
Unless the sun goes down.
Yeah, the weather conditions can change rapidly here sometimes.
Forward comes the batter as Luke North completes another tidy over. 102 for 7. That's the latest score here at Providence.
Yes, and 3 for 17 so far by Richie Loknot. 2 for 36, Ronaldo Ali Muhammad. Raymond Reefer, 37. Jonathan Drake's 26. Those are the 2 guys that actually a top score here. I thought we'd have seen a better batting display by the Pride in the second innings. But look, give credit to the way Ronaldo Ali Muhammad and Smith as well. Both of them picked up wickets. And then in came the right arm off spinner of Richie Loknot. So far a match haul of 7 wickets and bowling splendidly. And I love the fact that he's spinning the ball,
yeah,
and his flight has been good and he's attacking the stumps. What a wonderful start to his first class career.
Yes, with the ball.
Yes, of course.
Ball bowls, and that's hit viciously down the ground. That's gone for 4 like a bullet from a gun.
Yeah, that was actually hit with a horizontal bat, slap back past the bowler on the own side, and it went away for a boundary. Well, maybe sometimes it takes out of character shots to change match situation.
Well, he saw Muhammad Ali how he played, and he's going to try to attack. Fire with fire.
Muhammad Ali, Ali Muhammad.
Yeah, Ali Muhammad. Ronaldo Ali Muhammad.
So there's still the solitary slip. Not playing a shot taken on the pad, but it was outside the line of the off stump there. Has to be careful here, Chimar Holder.
Well, it's not done until it's done. The fat lady is far from starting to clear her throat to sing. Tantimal in the oval.
This Holder has some batting qualities. This is hit into the offside field. Richie Loknot is there.
Both holders at the crease. And they're holding the fort pretty well so far.
Yeah, they might as well do here. Barbados needs these two fellas to stay there as long as possible.
Still a day in addition to this session left in this match. So lots of time, even if you said 36 over, that's a lot of time for the match to be ended, but you've got 90 overs possibly tomorrow.
Yes, it's a long day.
Yeah. Short and cut away off the stumps. Dangerous shot, but hit it in the middle of the bat.
Yes, and with Premal sending him on the back foot, opening up himself, looking for the room through the offside field, the cover, the extra cover, the backward pointer there, it's going to be very difficult.
Cricket delivery from Pamal and pushed away into the outside, and he's gone, run out.
Well,
That's
listen,
a suicidal run.
I am flabbergasted. I am number plus. Why on earth you want to run a single straight to Richie Loknot? I mean, there was never going to be a single there. Why you want to do that? This is a sense of nervousness, something I just cannot understand. But sometimes they say this is what pressure does. Sometimes it bursts pipe.
Yes, that's certainly pressure because of the number of dot balls, but that was suicidal, inexplicable. How would you hit the ball to cover? And Richie Loknot is one of the better fielders. So his right is Sinclair, Junior Sinclair, another of the better fielders in the Guyana team, and you expect to get a run.
Yes,
He's paid the price,
never.
he's run out.
Yeah, never a run in that one whatsoever. Sometimes these things do happen. It's a mind game. You have lost so many wickets, and then you want to preserve yours. Rather you get bowled or caught. Can't be hitting the ball straight to a fielder like that and decide to go for the run.
So now it's gone to 106 for 8.
Yes, 106 for 8. It's not looking good here for Barbados Pride. But they can take comfort that once they defended 67 here at the National Stadium at Providence. But that guy who took it home for the Pride then is no longer playing cricket in regional first class.
I think
Cricket?
he's still playing 2020 somewhere in the world.
Yeah, Dwayne Smith
Yeah.
was a fine player,
Yeah.
very aggressive, was
Got
very
100
handy.
on debut in South Africa. Yeah.
We did commentaries on that match, watching big screen
Yeah.
at then the Guyana Broadcasting Corporation.
Adrian Barrett, who is a part of this commentary team now, he also got a debut 100.
Yes, he did.
Oh my dear, this is a straighter ball. Went on with the arm and completely befuddled the batter.
So Javed Leacock, the leg spinner, has come out into the middle, and he's looking. That was flirting with danger there. Should have just left it to go by. He didn't.
Because he thought the ball would have turned back. You're batting an off spinner, you expect the ball to turn back.
Wow.
And when you're batting in these positions, you don't expect you have the skill sets to deal with the variations of a good spinner.
Yes, and this is actually Richie Loknath, the off spinner. He's the one that's bowling from this end.
So he wouldn't get a chance of getting a 10 wicket haul. The most he can get is 9.
And once again, nice little revolution on the ball there by Richie Loknath. The ball spinning back into the right-hander. The off-spinner hitting closer to the line of the off-stumper, straight on the pitch.
Excellent delivery again, bringing the batsman forward. And that's one of the things you teach off-spinners and left-arm spinners. If you're bowling on a pitch with a little bit of turn, you got to bring the batsman forward, bowl the ball fuller. That's a good delivery. Well played though by Leacock. And it's the end of the over. It's 106 for 8. Barbados in a spot of bother.
Well, I think it's a little bit more than a spot. They have dug themselves a hole here, and that was coupled with some brilliant bowling as well by the Guyana Harpy
and good
Eagles.
fielding too.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So, and you know, they're right now sniffing that victory, but it's not done yet.
No, because most times in regional cricket, and I again say in West Indies cricket, the tail enders, well, there's not no real tail enders nowadays. The low order, somehow or the other, managed to revive the situation and get a good partnership going and prolong the game. Hope
Yes.
that doesn't happen here from a Guyana point of view. Barbados would love for that to happen.
Yeah, so I thought really this would have gone long into the fourth day, but situations can change and change dramatically as well.
7 wickets falling in the first session, and then 5 in the next session. And a good batting track. Nothing is wrong with this batting track. It's helped the bowlers a little bit, but it's a good track to play cricket on.
Yes, and it is left how the bowlers exploit this good track, you know, that we've been talking on. They have done an exceptionally good job.
I was talking to Barbados coach Ryan Hines this morning before the game started, and he said this is one of the best tracks he's seen in Guyana. And he wasn't playing in the days when Bordeaux was a batting paradise. Those were the late 70s and early 80s.
Sean, you played for Guyana on the 19 level. At that youthful stage in that era that you played, a question after this delivery. Good ball again by Pramal. Have you ever found that Barbadian batting in that era susceptible to off-spin bowling?
Yes, I got 2 of my 5 wicket hauls against Barbados.
But that's the reason why I'm asking you. And I remember, as the over comes to an 106 for the loss of 8, Guyana had an off-spinner. I'm not too certain if he played with you. Was it Basil?
Yeah, Kevin Basil, he played after me.
After you?
Yeah.
I think he had he had a 5-wicket haul against Barbados youngsters too at
Most
Iflock.
off spinners, Steve Mangrew, Gavin Ned, most of them love to bowl against Barbados. And when I started doing commentary, I said that Barbadians are susceptible
to or take it like Sean.
and that he's going to get 5 wickets. And Roddy Eswick said, why you say that? And I said, because I know it's a fact. And somebody, the off spinner, got 5 wickets the same day.
Yeah, I remember that conversation between yourself and Ruddy. But here again, finding it difficult against the off spinner. Out caught down at the short mid-off. The right-hander Chimar holder looking for a blaze of glory. Holding out to the off-spinner. Pramal takes a good catch. And for the trouble here for Barbados, they're now 106 for the loss of 8.
So even though...
For 9 rather.
Yeah, even though he might not be able to take a 10-wicket haul, he could get a 5-wicket haul in the second innings to follow his 4 in the first.
What do you make of that shot, Sean?
It was a expected shot because you're looking to score. You don't want to be tied on, and it looked like the ploy against Loknath was to hit the ball over the top. And I'm not sure of his batting ability or his temperament. Not his batting ability so more so than his temperament. Even if he has a good batting ability, his temperament suggested that he wouldn't play dot shots and dot balls for any length of time. He would want to feel the bat on the ball and score runs.
Yes, so dear McAllister has come out into the middle, and McAllister, he bowled well with the ball in his hand. Well, here's an opportunity for him to put together a little partnership. You just can't give up and say that's the end of the match. You want to bat and bat as long as possible. So it's Leacock and McAllister. Both of them are out in the middle. The last pair here for Barbados Pride. And let's see what's going to happen. 4 for 17, Richie Loknath. On debut. And comfortably standing up and defending this one here.
So I'll ask you a question now. When Sinclair and Moti comes back, would you drop him? Well, I know for sure Adams would most likely be dropped. That's a 6. And you see the ploy against Loknath. He's the slowest of the bowlers, so they're going to take the advantage and score as much runs as they could to increase their lead.
Yeah, that ball was wide outside the line of the off stump, asking to be hit, and McAllister, you know, hit it with perfection. That was a great shot for a maximum. So he's going to die fighting. Well, has that cannon onto the stumps?
Yes, he's bowled, he died.
Yes, cannon into the stumps. That ball picked out actually the middle stump there as he pushed forward in defense. Let's look and see how the last fellow went. Yes, and Barbados Pride all out for 112. Can you believe it?
And Richie Loknath, 5 for 23 on debut to follow his 4-wicket haul in the first.
So we're talking about a 9-wicket match haul for the debutant. And I think he should have been the one leading the team off. That's not the case. Tejan Chandapal is doing that. So match on, Sean Devers.
Because he's going to go quickly to put on his pads to bat. That's Chandapal. He takes a long time to put on his pads and his gears. But gone are the days when the wicket taker would lead the team off the field. Here is Loknath with the ball in his ear. Well bowled, Richie Loknath, the man from Everest.
Yes, so it means that the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they'll be looking to score how many? 77 runs for victory, because the lead of Barbados is 76. The question is, will there be cats among the pigeons? We shall see, but we can tell you Barbados Pride bowled out for 112, setting the Guyana Harpy Eagles 77 to win. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Yes, hello there once again. As you can see in the middle there, the two openers of Guyana, Matthew Nandu and Tejanrai Chandapal, are making their way out in the middle, and so too the Barbados Pride team. They will be hoping to defend that 77 that they have set the Guyana Amazon Warriors to win here today. I'm a little bit shocked how things have played out, but give credit where it deserves. The off spinner, Richie Loknot, as you can see on your screen, 11.4 overs, 5 for 23, splendid figures, and coupled with brilliant bowling by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 2 for 36 from his 9, Niall Smith 1 for 33, and Virasamy Pramal 1 for 19. They has actually catapulted the Barbados Pride to one of the lowest scores in regional cricket, 112 in their second innings after scoring 346. So with the 36 deficit, they're asked to score 77. With me in the analyst chair is my good friend all the way from SE Quibo, Andy Ramnarayan, a school teacher, teaches at a secondary school. Hello to you, my brother. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Indy, and happy to be back here this afternoon. What a wonderful bowling performance by the Guyana Harpy Eagles there. And the debutant, Richie Loknot, 5 on debut in the second innings.
Yes, certainly brilliant display of some good bowling. So it's going to be the left-handed Tejanrai Chandapal. He's going to take the first delivery into the Guyana Harpy Eagles second innings. And they say when eagles fly and hover ahead, lesser animal run for cover. So let's see what's going to happen here this afternoon.
Yes, and it will be Matthew Ford who will be taking the new ball from the southern end.
That one didn't make any height whatsoever. Pitched some 3/4 of the way on the turf, and then swerved the way outside the line of the off stump. No pressure on the left-hander. What the Harpy Eagles will be looking for is a solid, strong start. Pride, if they can pick up a couple of wickets here, the pressure will be back on the Eagles.
Most definitely. So I think Tejanrai Chandapal, being the senior of the two opening batter and more experience, he would be looking to lead from in front. That's a short ball, and he back up, punching off the back foot, getting behind the line. That one makes some height there, Indy.
Yes, certainly it did. And I agree with you. He should be the senior man out in the middle. Matthew Nandu wasn't satisfied at all the way he was out in the first innings. Tej batted for some time, looked real solid, played some scintillating shot. So he's in good form as well. Yeah. I would hate to think that the Harpy Eagle will make a meal of this one, but you never know.
I think they will need to assess this wicket for the second inning. They were out in the field while bowling, and looking at what the ball is doing currently, with a slight overcast condition, they will need to dig in and see what the ball is doing for the first couple of overs before they make a move on what they want to do and how fast they want to get this.
Yes, and in the second innings, Niall Smith and especially Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, they bent the ball both ways, so some swing is taking place in the conditions.
Yes, and you can see there evidence of the ball moving away. And Matthew Ford is known to be one of those bowlers who could swing this ball a lot.
And he did that well, 5 for 69 in the Harpy Eagles first inning, so he's in good form as well.
And yes, Matthew Ford, another debutant, a 5er in the first innings. Richie Loknot, another debutant for the Guyana Harpy Eagles this time. He also a 5er. But vice versa, one is a medium pacer and one a spinner.
Yes, whatever the skill set is, whatever art you have mastered, the thing is that you have made it count on your first match. And that augurs well for their confidence level. You know, we wish them all the best. Loknot is very good with the bat. He didn't trouble the scorers today. First delivery had his off stump knocked out of the ground. So that's going to be one disappointment. But then he can look back and see, I've taken 5 and 4. 9 wickets in the match.
9 wickets on debut. And the Providence track is proving to be one. If you put in the hard work, you could reap your reward. Both batter and you see bowlers getting 5 wickets.
So, a good start here by Matthew Ford. A maiden sent down. And you can see on your screen there, Pride in their first innings, 346. The Harpy Eagles, 382, a lead of 36. Then Pride bowled out for 112. Harpy Eagle responding now. They haven't scored a run as yet, and 1 over has gone.
Yes, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles first innings, Kevlon Anderson got into his third.
What was a magnificent 100. 101. The way he compiled the runs, you know, he's a brilliant player. I wish him all the best that he continues this. It was a pity that your boy from Rising Stars, Kemal Savory, didn't go into 3 figures. He made 99.
Oh, that's a very unlucky number, 99. I guess he would put that behind and look to keep working, and it's all a new start when he gets out there.
Yes, I do agree with you. So Chimar Holder has been given the ball, and I think rightfully so too. Chimar bowled splendidly in the first innings, 18 overs, 2 maidens. You know, he really looked the part. Was a pity that he didn't got a lot of wicket.
Beauty, one that pitch and move away from the left-hander there.
Yes, and showing his skill set. Good pace, a brand new cherry in your hand. You want to run in and bowl fast, and some away movement. But Nandu handles it well. That was short, lifting. He played it well. Good judgment.
Yes, and Chimar Holder, one of the fast bowler around the Caribbean, would be looking to come good in this regional tournament 2025. Put his hands up for selection for the senior team.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised here. It's a brand new ball. You're having Chimar Holder operating from the northern end of the ground and suggesting the 2 flags are dancing there. That's the broken trident and the golden arrowhead, symbols of Barbados and Guyana respectively, that you have not put in that second slip. There's a fly slip and a first slip. Just want to see somebody there. You're not defending a huge total. You must get wickets.
Yes, I think they're looking to restrict some of the scoring areas for Nandu rather than attacking him with 2 slips up front. But Shamar is getting the ball to move, and I think probably in the second over we might probably see a second slip depending on how Matthew Nandu handled it here in this first over.
Yes, and I would have gone with the second slip there because you want wickets. Ask your bowler to concentrate outside the line of the off stump, on off stump. It's going to be difficult to hit through mid-wicket if you keep that line. So this is what I'm talking about. That's a brilliant delivery. And there was Matthew Nandu. He was looking for trouble there, fanned the bat at it. Not playing a real good shot there. If the edge was found, that wide gap between the fly slip and the first slip, he could have gone whistling through there. You want to lock in those positions. I think Reef has done a good job in the first innings, the way he handled his charges. Starting off in the second innings, though, just put in that second slip there.
Yes, I would agree with you, Indy. Definitely. Need a second slip here. Where Shamar is bowling here and Nandu is playing second, and that's a beauty again. Testing him in that off stump, just outside the off stump corridor in that line there.
Yes, in that corridor of doubt for the left-hander, but he handles the situation well, watches it go by as late as possible, and then walks away, gathers composure, mops the brow, maybe talking to himself, saying, I must stay here till the end. But a good start here for Holder.
That one makes him hype. Quick lifting delivery, and well played there by young Matthew Nandu. At the end of the second over, the Guyana Harpy Eagles yet to score in the second innings, and they're looking for 78 for victory here in the.
Yes, and if I shall borrow some words from that great man, Henry Blofeld, two maidens here. There are more maidens in the scorebook than maidens in the stands.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, so they've started well here, Barbados. That's an old scoreboard. It's still prominent here at the stadium. Congrats to that young lady and the youngster feeding the small number of spectators here with the scores. So vital for the spectators to know exactly what's going on.
Matthew Ford continued. And that one, taking right and ball, just looking at it and just allowing it to go by, taken by the keeper.
Yes, and that is what you call a teaser. Give him the ball in that direction where he feels that he can go for the drive. But this cub, remember his dad is a tiger, this cub here, he's a solid player and just beginning to get back into some good form. He will have none of it. Has to be careful though when it's closer.
Slight interruption there. Someone probably walking past side screen.
Yes, and I think at some stage, Raymond Reefer might be thinking deep inside of him, should I bat at number 3? Should I have Kevin Wickham batting in at the number 3 position? I know he bats so well in the middle, batted in the middle too. But Raymond Reefer, brave, decided he's going to bat 3. Didn't really score anything much with the bat in his hand, Raymond Reefer. He'll be hoping now that his two fast bowlers operating from both ends, Matthew Ford and Holder, that they can pick up a few wickets this afternoon.
Yes, for Barbados to really come and take this game from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would need quick wickets and they would need to do that in very quick sessions here. Matthew Ford. That's again a delivery that teasing Chandrapal outside the off stump there. Well played though by taking around Chandrapal.
That was a good delivery. Perfect line, good length of the delivery. That's the one I was talking about, the one that's closer to Tage that is going to make him a play. I know you came across the majestic Essequibo River. Did you come with a big boat or did you come with a bucking bronco?
No, I came with the fast boat.
The fast boat.
The speedboat they call them.
Yeah, well, we call them the bucking bronco as they ride the waves.
Again, another very good delivery here by Matthew Ford.
Yes, and Andy, when we talk about rivers in Guyana, we mean rivers. You go to Trinidad, you hear about Cora. They're small. You can actually call them trenches, like what we call them here in Guyana.
Yes, and I can tell you that was one of the rough ride I just came there. The water is very rough, and it took like 45 minutes from Supanam to Purika.
Yeah, I've had some of those journeys, man. Frightening sometimes, enjoyable sometimes.
Outside the off stump, peeling outside the outside the edge. Well fielded by the man at backward point. No run. So Matthew Ford is pegging away a very good line to Tajan Ryan Chandrapal.
Yes, and he's a very good player, Matthew Ford, especially with the ball in his hand. In the first innings, were very handy with the bat, scored 82, not too many in the second innings. In fact, he didn't score. Oh, that's a good delivery, wrapped on the pad. Big shout for leg before. Not out, says umpire Nigel. Do get your thoughts?
That one is very close, probably pitching outside the line of the leg stump. And Tajan Ryan Chandrapal not making contact with the bat, looking to work that one off the legs, but it was wrapped on the pad.
And 3 consecutive maidens have been sent down here. This will tell you that the Guyanese openers, they're very careful, and some good bowling by both these fast bowlers. And this is what they will want to do, put the pressure on the Harpy Eagles, maybe saying to them, you can't get what you're looking for this afternoon. Come back tomorrow.
Well, I think they would need to score. They just can't occupy the crease and block the ball, because they will be putting pressure on themselves, and that will give the Barbados Pride a bit of confidence to keep coming at them.
And look at Chimar Holder, that's a delivery outside the line of the off stump, kept a little bit low, didn't make the kind of height, but it was a very, very quick ball.
Yeah, that was a very quick deliver. Matthew Nandu was equal to the task.
Yes.
He
So-
continues to operate with one slip.
Yes, and that's a good delivery, right on target. Nothing for Matthew Nandu to think about scoring, make him think defensively, and that is what he did. So, 27 overs are remaining here today. Can the Harpy Eagles get that required? I think it's 77, right, for victory. That is left to be seen. Still a lot of cricket remain. Pride is making it as hard as possible for them.
And he's looking to pull. That's a bit dangerous there. While not making the height there. And Matthew Nandu looking to pull that one somewhere over mid-wicket. Not making proper contact.
And taken on the body as well. That one was a little bit slower off the pitch. That's the reason why he didn't make the kind of height. He looked up and he see real estate on the leg side. Nobody out at mid-wicket on the boundary nor wide long on or be having a long leg. Nobody at the backward square.
And he is solidly in behind that. Pushes up to Captain Raymond Reefer at mid-off. And just before that, that shot that he played, that could have been a bit of a risk if that ball had taken the inside edge and ricocheted onto his stump.
Yes, lots of risk in the shot. We saw him in the first innings, played a hook shot to one of those short delivery, got the leading edge. It went for a maximum. Again, induced a false shot, but he gets the single, gets off the mark, and so too the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're on their way. They're one without loss. That wasn't where he intended to get it.
That was a very good ball on the line of the leg stump. But that ball swing here. Matthew Nandu was looking to work that somewhere into the mid-wicket region. And as you can see, it peels off the outside edge out to the man at short cover.
Yes, has to be careful. Maybe the little inner movement caused that to happen to him, or could have been going away as well. He was blocking us. You don't really know.
Driven up to Reefer. The single. So Tejan Ryan Chandrapal now is off the mark. And the end of over number 4 it is. The score is 2. Yes.
Yeah, 2 without loss, and both of them will feel a little bit relieved out in the moment, out in the middle. 2 without loss after 4 overs. Certainly we have seen some good bowling here this afternoon. And Matthew Nandu, 2 false shots in this over so far. Tej is a solid self, and I always like to see him pushing the ball on the offside, down towards wide mid-off, or between mid-off and the bowler, and getting off the mark. That's a place where you can always score a single.
Yes, and when Tej is in form, he's just so pleasant to watch. On it down the leg side, looking to work that one some way between fine leg and the backward square, not making contact. Matthew Ford looking to change his line of attack to Tejan Ryan Chandrapal.
Yeah, but the only time actually that he strayed down the leg side there. Other than that, he's been very disciplined on the line of the off stump.
Yes, and probably that last delivery that he would have bowled in the previous over and wrapped Tej on the pad would have encouraged him to probably change the line. Okay, in this one he is looking to bowl a bit straighter here to Tejan Ryan Chandrapal, who is equal to the task, and the score remains on 2. And as you were saying, in the mighty Essequibo River,
Yes.
well, it's not only the Essequibo River, that's across the Demerara River as well. So
Well, the Demerara one is on the bridge, right? You're having a high-rise bridge. that's going to be completed before year end.
Yes, that would make it so easy.
I don't envy your journey at all coming from that part of Guyana.
Well, it's fun traveling, Indy. It's real fun traveling when you get accustomed to it. It's just a routine.
Yes, and I know you have done some traveling with the Guyana youth cricketers across the region. Did you?
Yes, I did.
And you took our under 19 boys, I guess?
Took on the 15
Uh-huh.
to Jamaica. That was in 2014. I also went with them to Grenada.
Tell me about Jamaica. You enjoy Jamaica?
Yes, man, Jamaica was so much memories there.
Yeah, the land of wood and water and the land of speed.
Ackee and saltfish.
Yes, certainly. I love that country, Jamaica. Our dear man who is now, I think, with one of the sports broadcasters, Mr. Lance Whitaker. That gentleman hails from Jamaica. What a wonderful human being, Lance.
Yes.
Hello to you.
Matthew Ford. Again outside the off stump and stage 9 Chandra Paul just pulling the bat inside the line, allowing that to go by.
Has to work a little bit on his length here, Matthew Ford. He's not hitting that length he's looking for. A little bit too much on the short side. Releases any pressure whatsoever on Tage because he's allowing those delivery to go by, especially when they're wide of the off stump.
Yes, and going back to Jamaica, after 14 years, Guyana would have won that regional under 15 title. And that's a lovely shot by Tage Ryan Chandipur. Cutting that one, the man coming up to a cover boundary. That's the single. The score move up to 3. And that's the end of over number 5.
Yes, tell me about that Jamaica tour.
Oh, yeah. After 14 years, Guyana would have won the regional under 15 title.
You were the manager or the coach?
I was the manager. I work along with my very good friend who is an excellent coach, Julian Moore, the son of former Guyana senior team manager, Carl Moore. A very good relationship working with Mr. Julian Moore. We would have won a couple of titles for Guyana. 2 at the under 15 back to back and 4 at the under 19 level. Let's hold it to continue. And this one is worked off the leg. Taking Ryan trying to Paul. Come back for 2. So they're beginning to up the scoring rate here now a bit, Indy.
Yes, certainly. So they've bid their time nicely. And once the ball is in the slot, they're going to try their best to score. So this 2 singles came and we're watching a double there as well. And the longer they spend out in the middle, the longer it's going to be better for both of them.
Yes. One is off the pad.
Good effort by Richards, the keeper, looking for the run out. It was not going to be there. Yes, you were telling me.
Nandu had to put in probably the 3rd and 4th gear there to get there, as he was struggling a bit to reach on this end.
Yes,
but
and
he got there safely.
You mentioned your trip to Jamaica. Listen to a lot of Bob Marley when you went there.
Oh, I was fortunate to visit the museum, Bob Marley Museum.
That's so nice. Yes, I remember we stayed at Breeze's Super Club and Resort.
We stayed at the UV campus down.
Yeah, and he's going to get another single here, Machu Nandu. And I remember every morning omelette was served, or whatever you want, you go and order it. This Jamaican lady always sing Bob Marley's song. She was singing Redemption song, No Woman, No Cry, and she was serving you the omelette. Wonderful people. Hello to you in Jamaica. And so too across the entire region. All these islands, Guyana, we are peaceful people.
Definitely. I am planning to visit Jamaica sometime in the near future. Hopefully God spare life. I'm older. And to teach Ryan trying to fall this time, and he's equal to the task. Getting behind the line and just playing that one just in front, forward. Man with the offside comes in and field. Matthew Ford.
And other than Jamaica, did you take the Guyanese youngsters to any other island?
Yes, we went to Grenada, and unfortunately the weather was not on our side, and
You took
we,
Guyana rain down there.
we lost the title. Our rival Trinidad was so happy. They won the championship by 1 point. And
Wow.
and it was all because one of our games was rained out, and they were able to play all their matches.
So it's not the case where they're actually better than Guyana. Hello to you, Trinidad. We love you.
Yes.
That's a great rivalry too. Whenever these two nations reach each other, just the same with Barbados and Guyana. It brings out the best in the teams.
Yeah, and in that tournament in Grenada, I was very impressed with a young man who is now part of the West Indies senior team, Jaden Seals, a young fast bowler.
So the over's been completed, 7 without a loss. 6 overs have been sent down so far. Ford, 3 overs, 1 for 17. Well, that should be none for 17. And Chimar Holder, none for 6. None for 1 and none for 6 rather.
Correct.
Yes, Jaden Seals, it's good to see him fit as a fiddle and back in the lineup. Actually got himself injured in Pakistan. But the good thing is that he has made a comeback, rode his injury out. Sometimes you wonder, how is it that some of our fast bowlers are getting injured so frequently? Sir Courtney Walsh, he 519 test wicket, never missed a test match because of injury.
Probably,
I wonder what they eat in Jamaica, he and Usain Bolt. Yams?
well, Usain Bolt said yam, but probably
A lot of provision, and you called it right, ackee and saltfish.
Ackee and saltfish. The man that is operating from the southern end here, Matthew Ford, he was part of that tournament that
Really?
year as well, yes.
So there are a number of players on both teams that you can recall. Tell us about some of them.
Matthew Ford was one of
Yeah?
them. He was one of the young fast bowlers in that tournament that year.
And on the Guyanese side?
On the Guyanese side, none of them they are currently part of this tournament here.
Okay.
But there are 4 of them who are currently in this Guyana Harpy Eagles team, who was part of the Guyana Regional Under-19 team that went to St. Kitts, that won the both 3-day and 50 over title. That was in 2017. Happy to see these guys transition into this level.
Yes, that you want to see. This is a compact, stylish defensive shot by the left-hander Matthew Nandu. Walked into it. Good delivery here by Matthew Ford. Continues to bowl well.
Yes, and Nandu looking much more comfortable up to Matthew Ford. Probably he's reading the swing better from Matthew Ford, but he's looking a bit uncomfortable to Chamaru. Working this one nicely off the hip, looking for 2, and he gets there very comfortably.
That's a good-looking shot, and he knows Matthew Ford that he strayed just on the line of the leg stump, and well played by Matthew Nandu all along the ground, getting it through the backward square region. 2 very easy-looking runs. He looked the part, Matthew Nandu, in the first innings. Didn't go on. Has an opportunity to stay there to the end.
Yes, coming back to some of those players in the regional tournament, I would have noticed many of them, they would have transitioned from the youth level into first class and list A cricket from all the different territories, which is a very good sign, and that's another single there, worked off the leg by Matthew Nandu.
That's another good-looking shot. Once again, didn't hit the line he was looking for here, Matthew Ford. This one was straighter on the line of the middle stump and just turned it gently away. And it's so important, you know, that you have the skills to pick up the singles wherever the gaps are.
He was a young man that I was very much impressed with, but I'm not hearing anything about him these days. Young Kalicharan
from Trinidad.
Yes.
Well, I'm sure when Vinud comes in here, he might be able to say something about young Kalicharan. Yes, I did hear that name. The over's been completed here. It's 10 without loss, 7 overs gone. Let me remind you, the Harpy Eagles are hunting 77 runs for victory against the Barbados Pride. This is the third day of cricket, and the boys with the water, we can't say water cart, it's the boys with the water going out in the middle there just to get themselves refreshed. So let's just summarize what has transpired so far over the course of these 3 days. Barbados won the toss on day number 1. They batted first, 346. Matthew Ford 82, Jonathan Drake 70, McCaskey 64, Richie Loknot picking up a 4-wicket. Harpy Eagles replied with 382 for 9, with Kevlon Anderson a majestic 101, Kimal Savory 99, Perez 46, Tejan Chandapal 40, Matthew Nandu 36, Matthew Ford 5 for 69, and then it all went downhill for Barbados Pride. They were bundled out for 112 or 41.4 overs. Reefer scoring 37. And Richie Loknot picked up 5 for 23, 11.4 overs and 5 for maidens. 2 wickets for Ali Mohammed and Niall Smith, along with Premal picking up 1. That's the story that transpired.
A bit disappointing that the Barbados Pride didn't really put up a much bigger total in their second innings. Looking at the way that they would have batted it in the first innings, we're hoping that they would have probably got a much bigger total in the second innings.
Yes.
I think some very good bowling from Richie Loknot and the other bowlers from the Guyana Harpy Eagles really troubled them.
Yes, and I think with the way that the Harpy Eagles started with Niall Smith, not of a long run, truncated run-up. He bowled with some good pace, swung the ball beautifully. Ali Mohammed did well too. Those were the two that really opened up the Pride batting. Now that was the position I keep talking about. That second slip, it's not there. Flew off the bat, but it went all along the ground, bisecting them and away to the boundary for 4. Just supposing it was a catch.
Well, Indy, you have been in this seat much longer than I. So what you can see from this advantage point, I guess, the skip of the Barbados Pride, probably you have other thoughts.
Yes, and these are things, that will separate great captains from good captains or reasonable captains. You must be able to have a plan. What are we going to do? The plan is you must take wickets. You're not going to keep the Guyana Harpy Eagles here batting for an entire day to come with the rest of today and hoping they do not score that 77. They will if they bat for that length of time. The thing is you must pick up a wicket. And instead of adding another slip, now we see a man has been placed down on the fine third man boundary.
Good deliver there by Shamar Holder, making some height and moving forward away from Matthew Nandu. Well played by
Yes.
young Nandu.
You just imagine someone like Chimar Holder bowling his heart out, running in very hard, and then you look and you see there are just 2 slips there so far apart each other. Where's the motivation? Put another man inside here, or even 2 more. Attack. Do it for 2-3 overs. Get some short rising delivery outside the off stump. Just like that one. That's a fine delivery.
Well bowled again.
Yes. So sometimes, you give your heart out, but there isn't that support in the field that you're looking for. Mind you, I thought that Reefer has done a good job, especially in the first innings. Came back today to pick up the last few wickets for just about 62, 63 runs. Marshal his forces nicely. But when the time comes, the crunch time, it's going to be severely tested.
And it played a soft hand in Nandu and coming off the point boundary, a single. And as you rightly said, Indy, Bowler is running in with all steam, firing at all cylinders.
Yes, none for 11 so far. It's 15 without loss. Nandu is on 10 from 23, and Tejan and Chandapal 5 from 25. So the battle continues. Hello to all our friends in Barbados. I know that you're glued to your television sets or your smartphones.
So it will be spin from the southern end. The first time here.
Yes, and this brings another dimension to the bowling attack. They have Leacock and they have Chaim Holder. One is an off spinner, one is a leg spinner. So they might unleash for a few overs some spin and see what happens. Loknath and Premal will very well motivate them to try the spinners.
Yes, and it will be very interesting to see how young Holder operate from this southern end.
Yes, and I think he's a very good off spinner, Chaim Holder. That's the reason why he continues to be with the Barbados Pride team.
That one is wide outside the off stump, left alone by young Nandu.
And not too much spin with the first delivery as well. Just a little loosener. There's a forward short leg, the solitary slip, a backward point, a short extra cover, and a short straight mid wicket.
A lot of turn here. That one spun past the keeper. Not got it cleanly, also beating the man at slip.
And buys signal by the umpire there. So one more to the score.
This is just his second deliver. And we already
Yes,
beginning to see a vast amount of turn.
will take a little while to just settle down as he look to hit those areas.
And Tej just pushing up to the man at short extra cover. Matthew Ford again. And the thing with Matthew Ford, he always like to be one of those busy cricketers. Always in the high traffic area. Always chatting, keeping some noise and something. I was following the game and Kevlon was on 90 something. And I think he played at one outside the off stump and he missed. Matthew went up to him and he was
Yeah, I choose an opportune time to say something to him.
Yes, and that's a very good delivery there by Holder there. Left alone by Chandrapal. Lovely looking shot. Stepping out to the man at cover.
So they get the single. The over's been completed. 17 without loss. We're going to have a double change here. Vinod is going to come in to join Basu.
"17 without loss. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, on the brink of their first victory. In fact, instead of Vinod, Andy's going to stay with me. Sean Divas will join me in a bit. Just a further 60 runs are needed for the Harpy Eagles. 20 overs in the day still to go. And this year's edition, the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, is really heating up. The first victory already decided. Leeward Islands winning versus the West Indies Academy by some 400 plus runs. The Academy not really showing up on this their first game, but Holder from the media center end. In fact, it's Jerry McAllister, I beg your pardon.
Yes. And one of the fast bowlers throughout the process of this game. And I think he will be running much hard in the second innings, looking to take 10 wickets for his team, to see who is going to get there. Would it be Barbados Pride and Harpy Eagles?
Definitely one of the quicker bowlers across the region in his age group. Of course, he's still quite young, and a work in progress is Jair McAllister. For a few seasons, it was McAllister and Akeem Jordan who would have held their bowling together.
Yeah, you're correct. And McAllister short, and Ryan Chant ball was caught in two minds, looking to probably pull that one somewhere in the backward square, and just paddle it around, and the keeper comes around and make the save. Probably that one did not get up as much as Chant ball was expected it to. As we were saying, would it be the Barbados Pride or the Guyana Harpy Eagles to get victory in this game? Who you think will get there?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. This is a funny old game, this game of cricket. The red ball format nonetheless. It has so many ups and downs. I was asking Vinud on the balcony, are you not entertained? We have been thoroughly entertained by all these players from both teams. There have been so many standout performances. It's just unfortunate that there must be a loser, there must be a winner.
Correct, that's so true. Callis a short ball pulled away, and that one into the boundary, 4 runs. So Ryan Chandrapal was quickly onto that one, pulled it all around the sword here at the Providence Stadium. Very fast outfield and well rewarded for that stroke.
Yeah.
The score moves up to 21 without loss, over number 10 in progress.
Yeah, just one delivery to go from Jair McAllister.
A quick short deliver this time, he's in behind it. Played it with soft hands. And that's the end of the over. Over number 10 completed. The score remains on 21 without loss. Ryan Chandrapal on 10. Machu Nandu on 10.
So many of the other games progressing quickly as well towards victory one way or the other in Trinidad and Tobago. The combined campuses and colleges had progressed up to a short while ago to 200 for 7. Yannick Carrier with 3 wickets for the Red Force, and Brian Charles with 2. They have now gone on to 201 for 8, just as I'm calling out the score. The Windward Islands Volcanoes just getting underway in their run chase. Jamaica declaring their second innings at 277 for 7. As we see the first signs of spin here, chime holder from this pavilion and President Suites end, and I felt as you see the evidence of some turn there for holder, that maybe, just maybe, Reefer could have introduced his spinners a little bit earlier.
I think he was probably looking to get the ball a bit weird, get some roughness in the ball. So the spinner will be, and that cut away by Nandu and comes up the cover boundary. That's a single, and yes, you're correct. Hole is getting some turn, slight bounce there, but young Nandu was equal to the task, getting on top of it and just played it all along the ground.
So the Windward Islands volcanoes across there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines require 420. Still with the better part of this afternoon. Just about an hour to go in play today, and then the entire fourth day seems a bit unlikely given what they produced in their first innings. Only 195 in their first innings. But stranger things have happened. This one into the gap. So that game progressing as well. And the Harpy Eagles here sniffing at victory.
Yes, and these two batters began to rotate the strike here. So working the ball nicely into the open spaces, picking up the singles, and I think this is gonna put the pressure back on Barbados.
Yeah, a lot of open spaces. I was just laughing on the balcony, and I was saying Reefer should have been a little more attacking, and then I realized it's difficult to go all out attack when you only have 70 runs to defend. 77. In fact, there's that evidence of turn.
That one flighted a bit right in turn to the end of over number 11. The score is 23 without loss. Machu Nandu on 11, Tejan Chandrapal on 11. And I was asking Indy a few minutes ago, there was a young man by the name of Kalicharan in Trinidad. I followed him in youth cricket. I am not really hearing anything about young Kalicharan.
Kalicharan is in and around the club setup and playing a lot of club cricket in Trinidad. He's been in and around some of the franchise leagues that we have back there as well, the T20 Festival, the T10 competitions. McAllister will continue from the media center end. It continues on a good length, and he's looked to be in good rhythm. Jair McAllister. But Kalicharan, just one of many of the young players that are always there and in and around the setup of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. As you get to when you go through all the territories, you find that even here with Guyana, you have the likes of Junior Sinclair, who's sitting on the bench.
There are a few other players who would have transitioned to the next level, but they're still around the club and the franchise setup locally. And one of those players in Guyana, a man who had a lot of high expectation to move on quickly, was a young wicketkeeper batsman by the name of Joshua Prasad. And there's also young Sachin Singh, who played at the regional youth level, represented West Indies at the under 15 and the under 19. That's a
Cut
lovely
away.
square drive into the boundary for 4. Short and wide, and Tejan Chandrapal was quickly onto that and cut that away into the boundary for 4. Lovely looking shot there.
So carrying the score now on to 27, and the target even closer. A bit of aggression shown by Tejan Chandrapal. So often it's spoken about his tempo of batting. Short again from McAllister. And Chandrapal looking for that gap at backward point. He finds the fielder in the cordon, in the gully.
McAllister is bowling with a slip. Man at fly slip. Extra cover, mid off. Man down at the deep cover boundary. And a man at third man on the offside. Not a short every time. Pull to the man at short, make it. Tumbling save, the single. McAllister is charging in, working up some pace here. It's pretty docile track so far.
The conditions have changed over the 3 days just about. We have just under an hour to go and play today, and conditions have changed. But I think on the evidence of those couple of boundaries that we saw and the shots being played by the batters, there is still something in it for the batters. The end of another over, 28 now without loss, 49 runs adrift of the target. And 4 overs apiece for Ford and Holder, a couple of overs apiece for Chaim Holder and Jair McAllister. And not long before, I think, that Raymond Reefer will be calling on his young leg spinner Javid Leacock, who bowled very well in the first innings. But for now, it's going to be Holder from the President's Suite end. Silly point in place, silly mid-off. Driven straight into the hands of the fielder at extra cover.
Not too forward.
Always the live wire in the field. And you talk about some of the young players around who haven't gone on to the next level. And the other side of that coin is sometimes it's difficult for them to go on to the next level when their skill set, there's so many players with the similar skill set. I remember this morning before we started, Indrajit and I were speaking about that. You have this plethora of fast bowlers now coming through in the West Indies.
Yes, that is so true. They're all competing for that one spot.
And you can't pick them all. I called out the 6 who are in and around the senior test team now. So it's difficult sometimes, and it is a good headache to have. It just augurs to the fact that talent is aplenty.
If you look at the current West Indies senior team that was in Pakistan, 3 wicket-keeper batsmen, the Silver, Imlak, and now Jangu. So a lot of competition there for that one spot. So it's Chaim Holder continuing from the southern end. Ryan Chandra Paul is pushing that one down to the man at the wide mid-on. Picked up another single. That's the end of another over. The score moves up now to 29. Am I correct? 29 without loss. Yes.
With the single at the end of the over. So just chipping away. And I think it's not long before we may very well see one of either Chandapal or Nandu just open up the shoulders a little bit, because I don't think they want to come back here tomorrow morning just to score 5 or 10 runs. I think they've set the platform now. 13 overs are gone. You have 16 more to go. And with those 16 overs and 48 runs required, that's just about 2.5 to 3 runs an over. They can possibly start looking at being a little more aggressive. Give yourself that extra day of rest before the next round begins next week, Wednesday, the 5th of February.
Yes, and I think these batters, both Chandrapal and Nandu, would look to take the opportunity to spend as much time out in the middle and to get some runs under the belt, because hopefully coming into the second round, the Guyana Harpy Eagles skipper Kevin Imlak and Kevin Sinclair should be available for selection.
Yeah, all the senior West Indian players will be available from the second round of matches in the West Indies Championship 2025. Of course, it is just the question of who is fit. And then this one top-edged, but falling into no man's land. got himself into a right old tangle. Was Tajan Chandapol. Just a question of who's fit, and then of course the selectors of each team and the communication they will have with players who may want to get just probably a bit of rest because traveling to the other side of the world is not easy. You may need that rest. Of course, management of these players as well. That fitness I talked about, Shema Hula coming off of injury, Kima Roach has picked up an injury, Jaden Seals as well picking up an injury. So as much as Guyana are going to get back their players, Moti Sinclair and their skipper, cut and into the ground, not making contact, is Tajan Chandapol.
Also on that injury list is Guyana fast bowler Shamar Joseph, who is recovering, and hopefully don't know yet if he's going to be fit for the second round.
So Barbados as well, even if they go down in this game, as it seems likely they will get back the West Indies Test captain into their ranks. Cut into the gap, but there is cover out there. Man at wide, deep backward point, I beg your pardon. They will also get back the top bowler in the tournament from 2024 and West Indies senior spinner Jomel Warrican. So they will be also buoyed by having players come back into their ranks. 30-run partnership here to get going for the Harpy Eagles between Chandapol and Nandu.
And that second round, a lot of the senior players will boost their national team. That short, wide cutaway between the two men, one at backward point and third man into the boundary for 4. That's a lovely looking shot there by young man Chunandu. The score moves up to 34 without loss. The end of over number 14, and Guyana just getting closer and closer to that target for victory. And as I will take my leave and hand you over to my fellow countryman Sean Devers.
.34 without loss. Still just about 43 runs now needed for victory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And all the games in the first round progressing nicely as the CCC have lost another wicket and are in danger of following on in that pink ball encounter, day-night encounter between the Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. Windward Islands Volcanoes just getting underway, chasing a mammoth target of 430 odd. The Guyana Harpy Eagles here progressing as well. Leeward Islands already with a victory in the bag. Chime holder to continue. And easier does it. It will beat the fielder. Some sublime timing from the one Tajan Chandapol as his fellow countryman Sean Devers comes in alongside me.
Yes, certainly a pugnacious looking drive there from Chandapol, and it raced away on this lightning fast outfield. I can't emphasize the quality of this outfield, the Providence outfield sword. It's very, very good for drying. It's the fastest international venue for cricket in the world for drying, and it's very, very fast, and you could see the evidence of that from that lovely on drive from Chandapol.
There's a bit of evidence of turn again from Holder. And, spinners have done well in this encounter. You mentioned the outfield. We've spoken about it throughout the 3 days. We've spoken about the pitch. We've spoken about the outfield. And there's the conditions just seem to offer just a bit, Sean, for everyone. We've seen batters get some big scores.
Yeah, we've seen
some half centuries and a century from Anderson.
We've seen 4 half centuries. In fact, in 199, one less than 100, and Anderson made 101. So we've had good batting performances. We've seen fast bowlers take 5 wickets forward, and we've seen Luke North take 9 in the match.
Generally, we've seen good fielding, saving apart the injury picked up by Isai Thorne, which we will get further details on that later on. But the fielding has also been good, and when you have an outfield like this, it makes it that much easier for a fielder. Just be confident. A nice bit of bounce here from Holder. Seemed to surprise Chandler Paul. End of another over. 38 now without loss. 15 overs down. 14 to go in the day's play. And I did mention just before he hit that boundary in the last over, Tishnari Chandapal, and the cut shot previous to that by Matthew Nandu. It won't be too long before I think they've gotten the foundation and they're going to look to press on, because I don't think you want to come out here tomorrow for 5 runs.
And they require just 39 now from 14 overs. So it's likely that they'll win today unless something miraculous happens. Back in a couple of seasons ago, Guyana needed 6-7 to win, and they were bowled out for 6-6 by the same Barbados. That time, Dwayne Smith took a 5-wicket haul. But there's no Dwayne Smith here. Pamal actually played in that match. And I'm thinking if Reefer played. No, I don't think Reefer had come to Guyana as yet. He's into the attack though. And the first delivery is pitched up, and Nandu is forward and plays it into the offside. And today's been wickets galore, but it's been the most exciting day. 7 wickets fell in the first session, 5 in the second session. We saw 2 set batsmen being dismissed before they got their hundreds. Well, one got their 100, Anderson. So we've had a good day's cricket. Exciting day.
Bit of swing here from the skipper. And I thought maybe he may have brought Javid Leacock into the attack before himself. But I understand the thinking, wanting to shoulder that responsibility. And we've spoken about it through the 3 days as well, the leadership of both captains, both Raymond Reefer and Kemal Savory. Just guided. Won't get any run for it. And I think for the most part they've both been good as captains. Again, always a learning process, taking up the leadership mantle. Sometimes you have new players coming into the team that you have to manage. The game changes on a knife's edge sometimes. Conditions change.
Good delivery again from Reefer. When you look at today, Guyana handicapped by the absence of their frontline fast bowler, Isaiah Thorne. And they still managed to bowl out Barbados for 112. So that says that even if you don't have your full strength attack, and Barbados batted very well in the first innings, 3 batters made half centuries, including Ford, who made 82. So when you look at it,
couple of runs here, just out to point. So inching ever closer. 39 now the target.
So when you look
37, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, when you look at it, you don't have to. Once one player, 2 players perform, you could be on top. Even though cricket is a team game, it's individual performances.
Some of the parts sometimes add up to more than the whole.
Yes.
And what it does, and you never want to see a player go down injured, but what it does, it opens the door for others to put up their hands, as Lucknoth did.
And Ali Mohammed, because if
good quick single, chance at the striker's end, he is safely in. Of course, when you look at the Barbados team as well, when you think of the players that they are missing who are on senior team duty, as we come to the end of another over, and we'll continue the discussion after the drinks break. 41 without loss, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The West Indies Championship 2025 round 1 encounter versus the Barbados Pride. They are still 36 runs adrift of their victory target. Drinks have been called for by umpires Lyndon Rajkumar and Nigel Duguid, and while the players avail themselves of refreshments, we'll do the same and we'll rejoin you in just about 4 to 5 minutes time. As the fourth official and the substitute players leave the field, that signals that the end of the drinks interval, and that drinks break will probably be the final drinks break on the third day. It may very well be the final drinks break of this match, this first round match between the Pride and the Harpy Eagles in the West Indies Championship 2025, where legends are made. Chime holder will continue from the President's Suite end, with Guyana Harpy Eagles still 36 runs adrift of their victory target. And just looking ahead, Sean, at what's to come, as we've mentioned, the Leeward Islands have already closed out victory in Antigua versus the Academy. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are chasing a target of over 400, still with 1 day to go. CCC, who will be coming here in the second round to Providence. They are 218 for 9, so in danger of having to follow on versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And that combined campuses and colleges, you would probably expect that it may be just a bit of a mismatch, the defending champions against CCC. In that second round, this Pride team will be playing the Academy, and that's going to be a pink ball game, the Pride versus the Academy, and Barbados will have the benefit of playing at home in Kensington Oval. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will travel to St. Vincent to play the Volcanoes. And the Leeward Islands will go home to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua to play the Scorpions. So that encounter between the Hurricanes and Scorpions may be a clash of two winning teams.
Yeah, and
Driven nicely. Yes, cover in the deep point. Just one.
And Guyana's already taking first innings points here, and most likely they will go on to win. So Barbados will start on the back foot after the first round. As you said, the next match, Guyana plays CCC, which would be an easier match, especially if the test players come back and Shamar Joseph is fit. I would think that the problem is, who would you drop? Would drop Anthony Adams for sure, but with Sinclair coming back, would you drop Luke Knott?
42 without loss. 12 overs in the day's play remaining. 35 runs needed for victory. That's a question only the selectors and the coaching staff can answer. But it is a good headache to have. And again, when you look across all the franchises, as Javid Leacock warms up the arm from that media center end, when you look around all the franchises, these are the good problems that you want to have. And I say good problems because bit of turn there, outside edge found, but it will be they didn't run.
That might have been the googly.
Yeah, first stop. And Javid Leacock has bowled that googly quite proficiently during the course of this encounter. But that's a good headache to have because it just shows the depth of talent we have in the Caribbean. And it won't be too long before West Indies does get back to that platform of being world beaters. This tournament is a part and parcel of that building structure.
And for a player like Perez, who made 46, and Imlach coming in back, I mean, you can't drop the skipper now because he's going to be playing as a batsman. Imlach will keep, and Imlach is a middle order batsman. So it's going to be hard for someone like Perez. I would have rested Ali Mohammed, but he's performed with both bat and ball, a cameo with 5 sixes, taking 2 wickets in each innings. So as you said, it's a headache.
It's one I always, when I interact with any of the coaches or the selectors around the Caribbean, driven nicely. He's found the gap and extra cover. And this carpet-like outfield will just usher that ball into the boundary. And Tejnarayan Chandapal opening up the shoulders a bit.
And this is good to see him finding the gaps more frequently than he did in the first innings and than he did the entire last season. Got 100 in the last season when himself and Imlach got hundreds in the same innings, but he's tailed off. It's good to see he's finding his form, batting with confidence.
30 runs now needed for victory for the Harpy Eagles. I always tell those selectors and coaches, I said, that's a good headache. That's a headache I don't want to have. I'm glad I'm not you.
Good shot again from Chandra Paul for a player who's played at the highest level. When you come down to regional level, in the past, all the regional players used to dominate in the regional cricket who play test cricket.
47 without loss, end of another over. 48 in fact, a single in that over. Nothing in the wickets column for the Pride in this second innings. So just 2 runs shy of 50, the Harpy Eagles.
This will be back-to-back. Yeah, back-to-back 50 partnerships. If they get those 2 runs, in first inning they got 6-1. Even though they got out before both of them got to their 50s, we want to see them unbeaten, making those 77 runs.
Cut nicely in the gap again, but there is cover. There is a man at the cover point boundary, so just 1. But there's that comfort and the use of depth of the crease and feet movement. The dexterity that you're talking about, which I almost said Shivnarayan Chandapal. Tejnarayan Chandapal.
Still the nice sunshine. Still very bright. No need for the floodlights as yet.
Nor the light meters for that matter.
Yeah, nice bounce and turn though from the off spinner. And it's good to see an off spinner going round the wicket to the left-hander. That gives the illusion that the ball is turning more than it is. And there's a blind spot if you land it just on the line of the middle and leg stump and spin it. There's a backward square. If you do that, you entice the batsman to sweep. You can get a top edge.
Wide outside the off stump and
Too short.
punched it through the covers. And it will be a couple of runs. The 50 is on the board as you hear the applause coming from the dugout and a couple of the players around the boundary line. Just a sputtering of fans here. And I tell you, this would give encouragement to the public in Guyana that in the second round you can come out to the Providence National Stadium.
Tomorrow is Saturday and most people will be available to come tomorrow, but this match might not last until tomorrow.
Well, at the end of the over, they still need 26 more runs. 51 now without loss. And it will be important for them to finish it out together, get what you call the red inker, and not lose a wicket.
And it will be vital batting practice for the next match for them, because for sure these 2 will be the openers for the next match against CCC. The third match is going to be a pink ball match. They've got 2 practice matches they had. One was a pink ball practice match that started at 2. So they've prepared for that third match.
Yeah, that third match you're referring to, right here at the Providence National Stadium.
Against West Indies
at the Academy.
Yeah.
There you go. In that third round, this Barbados Pride team will come up against the Jamaica Scorpions, and they will be at home as well in Kensington Oval, Barbados, in the third round.
For the first time in a long time, Ghana playing 3 back-to-back matches at home. They've actually got 4 matches at home because they go to Jamaica for the 4th round and they come back to Providence for the 5th round. Then they go to St. Kitts and then they close off with the game at the Queen's Park Oval against Trinidad and Tobago.
They close off at the Queen's Park Oval as they did last year. The opposition will be different this time. Last year they closed out versus the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Oval. Down the leg side, not collected by Richards. It's trickling away, and it will beat the fielder, Kevin Wickham, into the boundary.
A rare blemish from Richards. He's kept very well. He had 5 dismissals in the Guyana second innings. Kept pretty well in the first innings.
And you mentioned the senior national team, the West Indies national senior team, having 3 wicketkeeper batters in the ranks, and we haven't spoken about it much through this game. A little bit on the legs again from Leacock, but when you look through all the franchises, all the teams, they all have very capable, very good quality wicket keepers. Richards, Savory, Antonio Gomez for Trinidad and Tobago, Tuckett for the academy.
So when De Silva comes back, we know that when Imlach comes back, Savory is capable of playing as a batter. Is the Trinidad keeper going to be dropped out of the team?
There's a loud appeal, and the umpire is unmoved. Lyndon Rajkumar moves towards the bowler, hands him his cap and says over. We get the chance to look at it again. Lyndon Rajkumar had one opportunity, I think just a hint of a inside edge as well. End of another over 56 without loss.
Yeah, the question.
And again, all these discussions, all these senior players coming back, these are things that the management teams of all the franchises, they would have made their decisions before.
Would you have dropped the keeper to accommodate Joshua De Silva?
I'm always going to play my first string keeper. If I'm picking a cricket team, my first pick is always a specialist keeper, and Joshua De Silva is the best keeper in the Caribbean at the present moment. And he's been that way, whether he makes runs or not. He's improved drastically, and he is the best wicketkeeper in the Caribbean until somebody takes the gloves from him. And I'm always going to pick Joshua De Silva over anyone as the chime holder continues.
Good delivery, spinning across the edge.
Yeah, because you want a specialist keeper. A lot of what the shorter formats in the game have done is that teams have started around the world picking batters who are capable of keeping. I love going the opposite direction.
Well, since the introduction of Jeffrey Dujon in 1984, he started as a batsman, got a couple of 40s, and then he took over the gloves from David Williams. Since then, they've come to the conclusion that they need to have a keeper that can bat. So Dujon actually started that trend.
Cut.
Because Dujon could have batted well. He could have really played the spin bowling.
When we talk about legends are made in this tournament here, the regional tournament, the West Indies Championship. I think through the years, the West Indies probably more than any a team around the world has always had wicket keepers who can bat.
Not always. Back in the days, those keepers were picked for their glove work.
They never had to bat. When you look at what the top order was, they didn't have to do much batting. Cut into the gap, no single there.
Remember in the World Cup final when Roberts got Derek Murray to stay with him. Derek Murray just blocked and pushed the ball around. He had good intentions, good intent, but never had the real ability as a specialist batsman.
Sure to cut away copious amounts of turn here for Holder, and a couple of runs yet again. So the target, the victory target, is well within sight as we come to the end of another over. 58 now without loss, and 8 overs in the day's play
to get 21 runs.
20 runs. This is why I'm looking at the two spinners, Leacock and Holder, and I understand why Reefer goes to the seamers. I would have thrown a spoke in the wheel and opened the bowling with a spinner. Just ask a different question of the batters.
Would these spinners make a big impact? Are they good, like Badri opening the bowling? Because Badri doesn't turn the ball a lot. He likes the new ball that skids. These two spinners like the ball a little older, so they can turn it. Most spinners like to bowl the ball when it's a little older, so they can grip it and turn it. Mostly in one-day cricket, the bowlers tend to open with spin, the teams, And those spinners are more defensive bowlers.
To the gap. There are many gaps. The field is spread. Reefer trying to protect that sweep shot.
So just 18 runs to get. This is most likely going to be finished by today. Hopefully with both batters unbeaten. That will be crucial for them to get match practice for the next match. Stay for the whole innings.
One of the things you want to see is the development of players, and sometimes you need to put players into a position that they're not accustomed to, see what they give you.
I want to see some more leg spinners though in regional cricket.
Yeah, the leg spinners, Ishan Mukhtar, Javid Leacock, Yannick Carrier, and a couple others have done well over the past couple of seasons. Hayden Walsh Jr. to a certain extent has also done well at the regional level. As we come to the end of another over, 60 without loss after 22 overs. Still another 7 overs in the day's play. Guyana still 27 runs adrift of 17 runs, I beg your pardon, adrift of their target. I'm going to make way for Indy, and he's going to usher the Harpy Eagle back to their nest in the tree, and with a victory in hand.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Basu. Yes, it's going to be a Guyana Harpy Eagles victory, most likely this evening. And you're having two Guyanese calling it. Hello to you, Andy.
Yes, indeed. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles definitely setting their tone here for a victory this afternoon. With Tejan Chandrapal and Machu Nandu looking well set and all eager to finish this as quickly as possible.
Yes, and that was well played. Turning the wrist nicely on it, keeping it down towards short backward square Machu Nandu and getting the single in the process. And these two, they have batted so comfortably without any bother whatsoever. Nothing to scare them. And it didn't make batting look so comfortable out in the middle. You're wondering to know, is it the same pitch that Barbados Pride batted on in their second innings?
Well, I was looking there and asking myself the same question. But I think it's all about batsmanship application. And we can see both Tejan Chandrapal and Machu Nandu looking very hungry. They're looking at how they are applying themselves, which ball they are selecting to play the shot. They are very, very selective in their stroke play. Not too many rash shots or taking too many chances. That one spins a lot there.
Yes, some good turn there for Chimara Holder. And he has bowled well. I think one thing, he needs to be a little bit more consistent. Can take a page out of the book of young Richie Loknath. Could get it in that direction more often than not. You're not expecting every ball to go straight there, but just maintain that corridor and exert some spin on it. I thought that Richie got much more spin off the pitch, and it happens with the fingers here, how strong that wrist is.
One quicker straight to deliver. Nandu would equal to the task there.
But well, he's one of the beneficiary of the Cricket West Indies spin camps that they had recently.
Yes, I think he went to Chennai, India.
Yes, yes, they spent some time in India as well. So moves are being definitely made. Good things are happening to ensure our boys are exposed to the best possible training.
This one is played off the back foot nicely. and runs away from backward point. It's a single and not a single. It's now 6-1 without loss. The end of over number 23. Machu Nandu on 23 and Tejnarain Chandrapal on 33. All the three there.
Yes, and they just required 16 runs with all the wickets standing. And you look at that. Chandapal, 33 of 77. Machu Nandu, 24 of 6. Very well set in the first innings. I think their partnership was 61. They've gone past that by 1 run and it's unbroken. They're on 62. So we can safely say, based on how things have transpired here, you know, Nandu has come of age. Tej is getting back into good form. The opening position looks very, very solid.
Yes, and this is what you want to see from the opening batter, setting that foundation for the rest of the batsmen to come. And let me say a special good afternoon to all my fellow Essequibians back home in Essequibo. I guess you're tuned into the broadcast.
And you're listening to your boy Andy Ramnarain from the National Stadium.
Yes, and just to let you know, cricket is not only playing here at the National Stadium Providence, but currently we have the Essequibo Cricket Board T20 Buster Tournament, which is being played at the Eman Bacchus ground.
So that actually starts today?
Yes, today. That's a tournament that would have commenced today. And it was 2 matches. And that match was between East Bank and Wakenham, 9:30. And then currently the game between Leg 1 and North Essequibo. That is currently on. And the first match was victory for Wakenham. So they will be moving on to the semi-finals tomorrow.
And that's a good delivery. Well played once again by Tejnarain Chandapal. How many teams are taking part in that Buster match?
There are 7 area committees that make up the Essequibo Cricket Board and a President 11 team. So the action continues tomorrow with Pomeroon taking on Bartik at 9:30 and at 1 p.m. South Essequibo taking on the President 11 team. And the first semi-final is slated for one of the ground that you mentioned yesterday, a private ground, Joe Jagmohan, and that will be played there. And then the other semi-final and final will be played on Sunday at the Eman Bacchus ground.
Well, that's good to hear. We wish the competition all the best, and I know that the Essequibians will be turning up in their large numbers to witness that game. 64 without loss here. Well, that's a good delivery, Belly. Just jumped and hold the head. How didn't that cannon into the stumps? Precariously very, very close. But Nandu got the single.
Yes, that was a beautiful delivery. And this is something I love to see from leg spinners. Really taking the batsman in all corners, having them in all sorts of trouble. And Nandu was very smart. Probably he's bringing out some of that knowledge you learned from the spin camp. Beaten, that's a beauty. And Tejnarain Chandrapal seems to be
and a little bit of exchange there between the two of them. Yes, I agree with you. That was an absolutely splendid delivery. Beaten all ends up. This is what leg spinners bring to the table.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
So the bowling so far for the Pride, we have Machu Ford, 4 overs, 21 dot balls, 4 runs, no wicket.
Yes, so they've tried everything here this afternoon. Spinners, their fast bowlers, and this opening partnership has really withstood the test of time out in the middle there. They needed a solid partnership, and this one is very appropriate this afternoon. The smelling victory, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 65. So we're talking about 12 runs more here for victory. Here's a drive by Nandu and brilliantly knocked down at short cover by Machu Ford. You can't keep him out of the game.
That's a live wire in the game, Indy. He's always in some action during the game. And if this game is to complete this afternoon, 2 of the Essequibians who are part of this team might be heading back to Essequibo to be part of that T20 tournament. I don't know if the management and coach would allow that.
Well, I think with another match, 4-day match starting here on the 5th of February, not too long away. They might very well choose to be in camp. It's a professional cricket league, so to leave and go, it would have been a splendid thing to happen, but you never know.
Yes. One of those players will be Kimo Savory, captain of the current Guyana Harpy Eagles team. The other one, Anthony Adams. One will be from the South Essequibo and the other from East Bank.
Nice to hear. Kimol, I understand, was born in Adventure.
Yes, he was born in Adventure on the Essequibo coast. That's where the old ferry stelling is.
Yes, we had some experience there. Traveling from Parika with the steamer, as we know it, by take you some 5-6 hours to get to Adventure.
Yes.
That's when we used to travel to go to Essequibo and do cricket at Hampton Court. Long journey.
Yes, we enjoy those rides sometimes, but sometimes it could be boring. And Nando was playing off the back foot this time. Into the open space and just a single. And Anthony Adams is from Saudi on the Essequibo coast.
That's some of the famous places in Essequibo.
So the end of another over, and the score is now
6-6.
correct.
And 25 overs have been sent down so far, with Tage on 34, Matthew Nando, he's on 27. So it's not going to be long before this is completed here. A boundary here is definitely, the fate has already been sealed, but a boundary will take them much more closer to that. And they've been presenting with that opportunity. Just one fielder out on the boundary region at long leg. Easy single there for the taking by the left-handed Matthew Nandu. And both of them are looking very relaxed out in the middle.
And you know what, I had my with this partnership in the second inning. The first 5 over this inning, they had to stick it out. Look at the new ball, which was bowled by Matthew Ford and Chamar Holder. And then they gradually start to pick up their pace and work the ball around, pick up the single, rotate the strike. Looking very relaxed. Nice partnership here.
Yes, and they look as though they are tailor-made for the longer format of the game, these two. So as we come down to the closing stages here, let's just remind our viewers and our listeners what transpired during the course of this 3 days of cricket. My take on it that we are not going to go into the 4th day tomorrow with the Harpy Eagles here. Just needed 10 runs for victory. Barbados Pride called correctly at the toss. Raymond Reefer, their skipper, on the first day, scored 346 in their first innings. Matthew Ford led the way with 82 as a sparkling knocker. Jonathan Drake's fine 70. McCaskey played well for 64. Loknath, the chief wicket taker, picking up 4. Harpy Eagles responded with 382 for the loss of 9, inflicting a lead of 36.
Yes.
And Anderson that 101, Savory 99, Perez 46, Tajanarain Chanderpaul 40, and Matthew Nandu 36, with Matthew Ford picking up 5 for 69. Onto that stage, it was a very competitive encounter. Something went wrong after that for the Barbados Pride. Maybe it was the off spin of Richie Spice Loknath. The over's been completed 6-7 without loss. He picked up a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 23 of 11.4 overs, and Pride catapulted to 112 all out of 41.4 overs. McCaskey just made 1, Lenico Boucher 5, Jonathan Drake's 26, Kevin Wickham 22, Demetrius Richards 22, in fact, he made 2. Matthew Ford didn't score in this innings. Reefer 37, he top score. Cham Holder made 2. He's bowling at the moment. Chimar Holder 4. McAllister made 6. Javed Leacock not. There were 7 extras, 1 by 2 wides and 4 no balls, 112. Eagles asked to score 77 for victory.
Well, Eagles are just 2 boundaries away. Victory here could either be a 6 and a 4 or 2 4s.
You never know what can happen out in the middle with the fielders in. The Lonester out on the boundaries now even being pulled in. Give them a chance to go over the top. Not a bad ploy. Let's see how the left-handed Tejan Chandapal will be doing. 86 balls he has faced for his 35.
But India, I could tell you, over the 3 days we had some very exciting cricket. Look at the first day, 346 runs scored, a lot of runs, and just I think with 84 overs. And day 2, another 300 plus runs score, 2 well set batters for Guyana, and the Barbados Pride bowlers really came back this morning, put in the hard work, and bowl out the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But unfortunately in the second innings, that batting collapse certainly didn't work in their favor.
And you called it correctly. The Pride did extremely well today to pick up that last 4 wickets. Mind you, that young Isaiah Thorne did not bat. So actually they ended at 382 for the loss of 9. They had thoughts of getting to 450, but that was totally wiped away because of the way the Pride bowl. I think they were brilliant.
Very impressive by Matthew Ford, debutant, picking up 5 wickets, just like another debutant, Richie
Yes.
Loknath from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, picking up 5. Some very good individual performance.
Yes, I am totally disappointed though. I'm not taking anything away from the Harpy Eagles bowlers. They bowled splendidly. Got to the wickets, bundle out Barbados 112. The over's been completed here, 68 without loss. My worry, my disappointment is the way that the Bajans batted in their second innings. Richie bowled pretty well, Niall Smith bowled well, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, so too Virasamy Pemal. But the thing is, could they have done better, the Pride? My humble opinion, they should have.
Yes, I think a little bit more application and the way they selected those shots and the ball that they choose to go after. Some of the batters, I think they threw their wickets away rather than really playing proper cricket shots and looking to spend some more time on accumulating runs at the wicket.
So they're 9 runs away from victory here this afternoon and might very well be a huge 10-wicket victory. That's a good delivery by the leg spinner. Javed Leacock, none for 14. He's in the 6th over. Are you impressed with Javed?
Very impressed. I always love to see leg spinners bowling, especially in the longer format of the game. And he seems to be a very hard worker, putting a lot of hard work in the game. I was observing him out in the field, very good fieldsman, and you could see his skill set as a bowler for our leg spinners there. The previous over, he had Matthew Nandu and both Tejan and Chandapal beaten.
Yes, and they will pick up another single here. Nicely played by Matthew Nandu. Down through forward square. Now we've been told that there are 27 overs required to be bowled this afternoon. We are at 28 at the moment. Guess they're going to play it until the match is finished here. So close. You don't want to come back here tomorrow just for a few runs.
Yes, I think the laws provide for an extension of a half an hour play
Exactly.
if the result is there. So
And he's going for the big one here. Tejan Chandapal. That's going to run away to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's a great shot. The fielder in, and he was up to the task. Well played.
yeah, that was a lovely looking shot from Tejan and Chandapal. But I think these two guys want to finish it in this over, because if you look at the previous ball that was played by Matthew Nandi, he was looking for the second run and Tej was not interested.
So is he's going to go for broke with this next one? No, he's playing every ball on its merit. Just tickled. Looking for a second, it's not on. And they get the single. It is getting even closer here now.
So An unbroken 73-run partnership so far. Sorry, 74, beg your pardon. Machu Nando on 29 and Tej Chandrapal on 40. And they're looking for 77 for victory in this first round of the regional 4-day championship here at the National Stadium Providence. And with me, my experienced commentator.
Appeal for a catch at the wicket here. He's jumping, Little Richards. And not out says umpire Nigel Duguid. Well, it wasn't that vociferous appeal coming from all the close fielder. That was led by the keeper. He heard something there, you never know. But in the ears of umpire Nigel Duguid, in fact, that's umpire Rajkumar. Nigel is standing out at square. There's a drive that's gone through the offside field, out towards the boundary. That's victory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They have destroyed the Barbados Pride by 10 wickets. That's a comfortable margin of victory. And what a way to start the defense of their title in 2025. A victory, no other than Barbados Pride.
Yes, congrats to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And yeah, that was a lovely shot there, played by Machu Nandu, all around the ground, into the boundary for 4. And Guyana Harpy Eagles completing this game here in the first round in 3 days, 10 wickets victory. What a comfortable way to get off the mark.
Yes, a very comfortable way to get off the mark. Like I said all along, it was a very competitive battle until the Barbados Pride second innings began. They just did not show up 112 all out, giving the Harpy Eagles to score 77 for victory. Highlights in the match for you?
Well, for me,
the century, of course.
Yes, I would go with the century that Kevlon Anderson, a well-constructed century, 101, and also part of that big partnership between himself and skipper Kemal Savory.
Yes, let me test you here. Matthew Ford scored 82 in the first innings, 5 for 69 with the ball in his hand. That's an example, good all-round performance. Richie Loknot, 9 wickets in the match. Kevlon Anderson, a sparkling 101. Who will you choose for the man of the match?
I would go with the debutant, Richie Loknot.
You think he created the most impact?
Right. In the second inning with the Barbados Pride, he really ran through that bat in order there. And he was the man who sets up the game for the second inning.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, let me leave you with the news from the National Stadium at Providence that the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, they have defeated Barbados Pride by 10 wickets with Tej Chandrapal and Machu Nandu very comfortably taking them home to victory. Well, we can tell you that second round action in this year CWI 4-day championship will resume on February 5, and we're going to be back here at the National Stadium to continue cricket coverage. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're going to take on the combined campuses and college, while Barbados Pride will go to play the West Indies Academy at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Arnos Vale will see the likes of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They come up against the Volcanoes, while the Hurricanes will do battle against the Scorpions at Sir Vivian Richard. So until February 5, when we come back here, Cricket 360 will be here to bring you live action. On behalf of the entire commentary team, this is Inderjeet saying goodbye from Providence.